first row, take the second chair, then the second row, then take the second chair on top. No, the second position is the second chair. Johnson, Eric. Granados. To you right here.
All right, please have a seat. Find a seat. All right, everyone, it is Monday, or so they tell me. Of course, you can tell it's raining outside. And somebody, I think it was Pat Montgomery, told me it's supposed to be 14 degrees on Thursday or something. So we'll see if the grid holds. All right, I'm going to call the docket. When I call your name, let me know you're here. If you don't let me know you're here, I'm going to assume you're not here and a warrant may be issued for your arrest. Excuse me, miss. Front row is for people who are late. All right, Logan Armstrong. Logan Armstrong. In custody, we have Christopher Garcia, Nicole Casimiro, Eric Johnson, Samuel Cisneros. Samuel Cisneros. In custody, we have Dalton Strachan, Melvin Jones, Janilius Crew. Thank you. Isaiah Varju. In custody, we have Jorge Diaz, Eduardo Reyes, Elisa Herrera.
She's in custody, Mama.
All right. Joe Dominguez.
He's present.
In custody, we have Obrado Garcia, Juan Rogelio Lozano.
Present.
Thank you. In custody, we have Julian Reyes, Pedro Martinez, Tigo Amoa. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yannick.
Tigo Yannick Prescott Amoa. Ignacio Carrion is in custody. Joseph Harris. Thank you. If there's a Jeremy Garcia here, your case was dismissed. Leonardo Rosales. In custody, we have Daniel Martinez. Robert Reyna. In custody, we have Jalen Collins, Jesus Solis.
You're on that.
All right, thank you. Andres Diaz. In custody, we have Daniel Granado. Eric Del Lumbo.
He's in custody.
Anthony Sanchez. John Dwayne Verozowski. Daniel Macias.
Present, Your Honor.
Leonardo Rosales. Logan Armstrong. Justin Lamb.
Present with counsel.
Thank you. Henry Knight. Ricardo Villarreal. All right, front rows for people who are late. Sergio Garcia is in custody. Antonio Flores is in custody. Nathan Chavez is in custody. Jasmine Shaw. Pio Quinto. Leon, thank you. How do you pronounce your first name? Oh, well, I didn't roll any R's or Q's, so I'm gonna work on that. Gabriel Ariana?
Oriana. He's released.
All right. Gabriel Ariana.
He's done on bottom.
Okay. Asia Harrison. Isaac Lowe. Juan Lozano. Jessica Medina. Thank you. Kayla Rolag is via Zoom. Crystal Castro. And custody is Raymond Cavazos. April Polinar. And custody is Guillermo Rodriguez, Malik Balou, Manuel Rodriguez. Billy Freeman. Here. Thank you. All right, is there anyone who came in late or your name was not called? All right, everyone, here are the rules of the court. As everyone knows, there is a lot of disease going around. How can I say that appropriately? The Grinch is bringing things that should not be brought. So there are people who are getting flu, COVID, pneumonia, a combination of all three. And I'm sure everyone is going to be traveling home to their families, and you don't want to bring disease to their doorstep. So I try to keep the center of the courtroom as least congested as possible. So attorneys, please listen carefully and follow these rules. To the left, there's a box of files. To the right, there's a box of files. As you can tell, there's no first chair in the courtroom, but I'm a firm believer that anybody with a law license, which all of the prosecutors have, are intelligent people, so they'll be able to help you. So just go to the box in an orderly fashion, place your file on the desk, and then have a seat. First will be first, last will be last. The only way last will become first if there's an interpreter involved, and we have to put them first because we have a shortage of interpreters. Do not approach the court unless you've conferred with your client, conferred with the state, tendered an offer to your client. If your client is in custody, let the deputy know. They will bring them out. Once your client is brought out, do not leave the courtroom because that messes up with the logistics. If you requested an interpreter, do not leave the courtroom because we have a shortage of interpreters and they'll have to run to other courtrooms. So, as you can see, there are more defense attorneys than there are prosecutors. We're going to try to move through the docket as quickly as possible. So everyone is going to be kind to each other. Everyone is going to be patient. And the reason why you're going to do that, an extra reason, is because Santa Claus is watching. So everyone, please confer. Bruna, Santa Claus is real.
Santa Claus is real.
Yeah. You know, when I was growing up, they used to have, yes.
We're gonna ask for remand.
Okay, all right, thank you. You know, when I was growing up, they used to always have the weather report and they would tell you, we don't know if Santa can make it because the weather's bad. And I was like, please let Santa make it. Yeah. All right, Attorney Rodriguez,
Yes, Your Honor.
who are you here for?
Kayla Rawlings.
All right. So is that criminal trial division or family violence?
Family violence.
All right, you're talking as though you're far away.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you in the waiting room so that you can confer with a prosecutor. Someone will call to you, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Michael, this is Rodriguez. He has Kayla Rolag. And do you have his number to call him?
I think I do have it.
All right, thank you.
I'll call him.
That's fine. And I need the files on. Do you have Jeremy Garcia? It shows us being dismissed, but I'm wondering if you have the follow now.
No, I don't.
Okay. No, that's okay. And I need Daniel Duran and Eric DeLamba.
Make it the wrong, right?
Yes, Daniel Duran.
And then-
All right, thank you.
So
Deputy Laura, can you let Daniel Duran and Eric DeLamba, if they were brought over, that their attorney is requesting that they be called back. Their attorney's on vacation, so they'll come back on the 13th. Okay.
You will. Sir, may I approach your judge on Jessica Medina? Medina recall it.
Right behind you.
All right, Jessica Medina.
In the courtroom, Your Honor, I wanted to alert the court that my client had the opportunity to view all the videos. And she read the police
Oh,
report.
have her come forward.
Jessica,
Jessica Medina. Let me just find her on the docket.
she's on the recall, whatever that means.
Okay.
Yeah. she put it in her- Oh.
Okay, yes, and we're, are there any discovery issues?
I don't know. I don't know because I have not had the opportunity to read the reports or view the videos because I've been so out of touch. But I'm back and I've started reading them now. I much prefer to read that and view the videos before I get the offer, but they don't have the file. I guess it's because it's on the recall list. Now, my client was here Friday while I was waiting for a jury verdict, and she was here till 3:30. So we're asking the court to be excused and have a reset. So I have the opportunity to review the discovery, the videos and the report and meet with my client before we get the offer.
Okay. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna recall you back on January 23rd.
Sounds good to me.
All right, just 1 second. Let me give you a reset form.
Oh, there's. Yeah. you just got here, didn't you? No, it's, for sure, if you need a supervisor, manager. Somebody's here.
All right, counsel, if you'll sign that, make sure your client signs it, then you're
Yes, Your
both
Honor.
excused.
Yes, sure.
Yes.
Correct, correct. Yeah, you can see it's. Justin Lamb.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Justin Lamb.
Lamb?
Lam. Thank you, Lupe.
All right, Justin Lamb. All right, so we're here for PTV. Has he signed
I
everything?
signed the contract and last week I got a phone call from the pretrial service officer I returned her call, but she did not answer, but I provided her with Justin's number and his mother's number. And it appears that there may be a bad number on the contract because they say it's disconnected, but his number is not disconnected. So I'm gonna reach out to pretrial again today.
Okay,
Just make sure.
all right, we're gonna call you back on February 6th.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. I'm gonna give you the reset form. Once you sign it, you're excused.
You know what I mean, but. Yeah, I know. I'm like.
Okay.
I know the.
Your cat.
King put Juan was on. He's here, right? Yes, he's here. He was called, why she called me. He answered first.
How are you? Good. I have Mr. Ricardo Barrion. It's 2022-8872. Oh, sure, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, he's here.
You wanna take anything, sir? Just make sure.
So it has. That's just a. That's a one. Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
All right, who's here for Juan Lozano?
I'm here, Your Honor, Robert Robot.
All right, Mr. Lozano, where are you? Come forward. And let me just find your client on the docket.
Page 15.
Thank you. All right, what's happening with this case?
Judd, we've attempted to reach out to the complaining witnesses. We've run through all the numbers that were in the police report. We are now asking our investigator to get us alternate contact information to see if those numbers work. It's just something that we've left voicemails on several numbers, but so far as I'm aware, there haven't been any calls back.
All right, so when are you gonna make a decision on what to do with this case?
Shortly after speaking with them, if we can't speak with them, we may try to mail a letter or try and see if one of our investigators can go out to the address. There is also one other witness that was present whenever this all happened, and she seemed to know the people involved. So we're gonna try and contact her and see if she can get us with contact info.
All right. I'm gonna recall this on January 23rd.
Judge, the defendant's doing well, he's in school. There's no criminal.
All right, so I need a reset form.
Judge, maybe.
All right, so I'm assuming does school start back on January 23rd?
I'm not sure. I'm doing like online. school,
Oh, okay. Why are you doing online?
because I'm on the monitor. Yeah,
All right, so what school are you in? Are you in high school or?
Franklin County.
All right, he should be allowed to go to school, everyone. This
Sure.
is the deadly conduct related to school or something?
As far as I'm aware, no, Your Honor.
All right, so give me a B page. He should be allowed to attend school. Unless the school doesn't want you there.
No, they said I could.
All right, so here's the thing, Mr. Lozano. If you don't bring these things to my attention, I don't know about them. You understand? And it's Juan Lozano.
It's-
And you say it's Frank Tejeda? All right, when I say you're allowed to attend school, that doesn't mean extracurricular activities. Counsel, if there's some extracurricular activity, just let the court know and I'll make a determination of whether or not he can do that.
Yes, Judge.
Here's your reset form. Just sign that and you're excused. Thank you.
Judge.
Always good seeing you.
Yes, sir. Good
All
to
right.
see you. Have a good holiday.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, yes.
Is there a full document? Approach night. Please.
May we approach,
On which case?
Mr. Solis?
All right, just give me one moment because I have night first. So if you have them pull the file. All right, Henry Knight. Oh. All right, so what is happening with this case?
We previously conferred and received an offer. Mr. Knight has rejected the offer and would like a trial.
All right, so State, do you have any idea how long you anticipate this trial will last?
We did not talk about this one. I guess you must have spoken to Marcus or.
Mr. Sanders and
You want to confer with the prosecutors here?
I can.
All right. Everyone, confer with the prosecutors who are in the courtroom. All right, Jesus Solis. And it's you.
Yes, it's me, just.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Solis. Where is Mr. Solis? All right, thank you.
Mr. Solis, before I was appointed, filed with the person. He filed a pro se motion for bond. His bond had been revoked because he was supposed to show up for court on Zoom, but he didn't know how to use Zoom. He didn't have a phone. There was a bunch of problems that he ran into. So he ended up getting picked up about a week or two later. And he had a bond of 10,000. So we're just asking if the court will consider reinstating his bond to the original 10,000.
Well, no, here's the question. Were we doing Zoom in 2021? Because no, we came on October 18th. No, actually, what date? Can you look this up and see, is this 2022 or 2021? 2022. Yeah, so there was no him being on Zoom in 2022 of October. So
This is a little before I was on the case. I think I got put on October of this year.
And it,
no, and we didn't do pre-indictment. In this court, we don't do pre-indictment cases unless the attorney has asked for this to be set. So I don't know what's going on with this Zoom thing.
Okay. Well, I have made a court appearance on October 25th. That was the first time I was on the case.
Yes. Because on October 18th, 2022, it said new attorney needed. Recall October 25th, and that was you. So we didn't have any Zoom and yes. So there was no, he needed to be on Zoom because this court doesn't do pre-indicted cases. And according to the,
On September 7th.
so there was no Zoom. He didn't show up for court.
And just so that the court's aware, he has an additional case outside of this one in this court if under 2022 CR 11025, which is not set today. I saw on the computer, I saw on JD, it was set in January.
All right, can you pull that file?
And
And do you
under
have-
that one, he's habitualized for, it's a fraud case and he's habitualized.
Do you have that file with you?
No, I just looked it up on JD.
All right, are you able to pull it down and you all confer?
Judge, that case is not set for today, and he does have a bond in that case.
Okay, I'm not inclined to set a bond on this case. People who don't show up for court and they have no good reason not showing up. I mean, and we were not on Zoom in 2022. The only thing that I allow on Zoom is if you have a defendant who's out of county, well, really out of state, or if an attorney is requesting it because they're out of county. But we really don't allow people.
Court 2 months before that. I wasn't. With this court, with you.
Yeah.
But, and to answer the court's question, yes, I could have someone bring that file down and get a global offer today.
Okay,
Seems
all
like
right,
I
if you could do that, and we'll confer over this later.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Are the parties ready on Eric Victor Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if you can come forward. All right, and who's the prosecutor on this case? Okay. Oh, Oscar, are you ready on this? No problem. Court is calling 2022 CR 4342. And I'm gonna need you all to be quiet in the box while we're on the record. Court is calling 2022 CR 4342, State of Texas versus Eric Victor Johnson. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Oscar Salina.
Defense?
Ruben Flores for Mr. Johnson.
And are you Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, I'm going to show you what's entitled motion to revoke community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Are you the same Eric Victor Johnson who was placed on community supervision in 2022 CR 4342 for the offense of possession of a controlled substance penalty group 1, 4 grams to 200 grams on July 13, 2022 for a term of 4 years? Is that you? All right, state.
Violated condition number 1 on or about the 22nd day of September 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant Eric Victor Johnson committed the offense of assault in violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true? State,
We waived the remaining allegation.
any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 1, the court could find it true, grant the motion, and sentence you up to 4 years in prison and up to $1,000 fine? Did you understand? Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 1? Court will find violation of condition number 1 true. Is there an agreement?
There is not an agreement.
All right, state, what are you requesting?
The state is requesting a revocation and to amend the judgment for a term of 3 years.
Defense, what are you requesting?
Judge, my client would like an opportunity to be reinstated on probation. I will note that the assault is not family violence. It was a female they were living in Haven and for Hope together. He met him and he tried to protect himself and pushed her in the process. So, and that's not a justification, Judge, that's just an explanation that he wants to give, and he asked me to offer to you that he would like an opportunity to be continued on probation.
Well, my question is, what has he done on probation other than this new case? What have you done since you've been on probation?
Actually, I was in the process of looking for steady housing.
Well, I mean, that's not,
In Center for Healthcare Services. I had to continue my treatment with my drink.
all right, probation,
Okay, sorry.
just a moment. Probation, has he done anything? I'm not the person who placed him on probation. So I don't know what his conditions were listed as. But he's telling me there are mental health issues involved.
Your Honor, I'm not showing that any programs were completed. He was ordered a TAP evaluation, and I'm not showing that was completed.
Why didn't you complete the TAP evaluation? Can you raise your right hand for me, please?
I don't know what.
Do
a
you-
tax evaluation is.
Can you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. TAP evaluation is for them to interview you to see if you have any type of drug or alcohol problems that you need help with.
I never had one of those.
Why not?
Don't know.
Did anybody talk to you about scheduling?
No, when I got released, I didn't have a cell phone or really an address, so it was difficult for us to communicate with each other.
All right, what is your, you mentioned that you have a psychiatrist. What is your mental health issue?
I've had ongoing issues with depression, PTSD, and schizophrenic issues. It's the Center for Healthcare Services is through Dr. Ruth Morgan and in a different list of psychiatrists, like psychologists there for about 4 or 5 years now. They keep changing me around, so it's hard for me to differentiate who I'm seeing now, what drugs I'm taking now. But supposedly they're working with me, so I don't know.
All right, when's the last time you had employment?
I'm on disability.
How long have you been on disability?
This is 22, so I think since 2019.
And Your Honor, the only time he reported to probation was the day he signed his original conditions of probation.
Okay. If you were released, would you be going back to Haven for Hope?
For the time being, yes.
Does will Haven for Hope accept you back?
Yeah.
Do you have any children?
Oh, they're grown. With granddaughters.
Was he ordered community service?
I'm not showing that he was, Your Honor.
All right, this is what the court will do. The court will deny the motion. Court will alter and amend conditions. He's to have a TAP evaluation while he's in custody. How long does it take to do the MIC evaluation?
I think we're at maybe 2 to 3 weeks right now.
All right, he's to do the MIC evaluation while in custody. Do a referral for Center for Healthcare Services. I'm going to want field visits 2 times a month. Proof of SSI within 30 days or proof of employment within 30 days of release. No employment as a home healthcare provider or with minors. He's to reside at Haven for Hope until further notice. 200 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. Court is not requiring you to get that, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. I'm going to want regular reporting by Zoom or in person. And probation, if you want to consider one of those field visits as his reporting, you can. I'm going to want regular UAs and follow all recommendations of TAP. If TAP evaluation recommends inpatient treatment, we'll start with intensive outpatient treatment. If they recommend outpatient treatment, we're still going to start with intensive outpatient treatment. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so here's the thing, Mr. Johnson. I write everything on the docket sheet, and I know my handwriting. So I know that you and I have had this discussion, and now you know what you need to do. Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful in this probation?
I'm confused to something about this TAP thing she's talking about.
Oh, they're going to do it from the jail? Somebody's going to come talk to you?
In custody in jail. So she said 2 to 6 weeks. Is that the average?
Yes.
And what happens at 2 to 3 weeks if they haven't showed up? I come back in here.
Oh, they're going to show up.
Oh, what they will, because
Yes.
I've witnessed it, that sometimes it takes a little bit longer.
Well, I've witnessed people not doing well on probation, which you
I've
have
witnessed
not.
it too, Your Honor. Yes.
So, is there anything else you need from the court?
I think I'm good.
All right, so from here on out, every decision you make, every non-decision that you don't make, you need to ask yourself, is this something that could result in me potentially going to prison for 4 years? You understand?
Yes.
This is your second chance. You're saying there's some kind of miscommunication. So the miscommunication has been solved. You understand?
Yes.
All right, is there anything else from either side?
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you. Probation's going to go over conditions.
Thank you.
And may we approach Judge,
Yes.
Mr. Allen and I are going to approach.
Dismissal, or do you want me to hang around and take it down?
Yeah. Well, he didn't get revoked though, but yeah, I'll submit it.
All right. Anthony Sanchez. Let me find Mr. Sanchez on the docket. All right, yes.
Judge, Mr. Sanchez, we have an agreement on his case. It is for 2 years TEC. Mr. Sanchez is asking for some time to get his affairs in order. And I just wanted to approach the court to see if we'd be able to do that, and if the court would like us to do the, if so, would the court like us to do the plea today?
Yes.
Okay, and then would the court reset for sentencing or just reset for Mr. Sanchez to term?
All right, once you do the plea, now I don't do that turn themselves in thing.
Okay.
Once you do the plea, and please make sure that in the plea agreement that he's subject to the full range of punishment if he doesn't show up for sentencing.
Okay.
Yes.
All right,
Thanks,
thank you.
Judge.
You're welcome. Ricardo Villarreal. Before you approach, that's your attorney, come forward. All right, what is happening with this case?
Good morning, Your Honor. This is our first setting, and this is kind of a delayed outcry scenario. The allegation is actually called 2020. And we have conferred with the state and let them know that we believe there may be body worn camera from the actual night of the offense. And so we would ask for a reset so the state can try to track that down before making an offer.
Yes, Judge. So I put a notation that to look for any body cam from the night of the allegation and also any and all reports from that night. Also, I turned over a statement that the complainant made to our protective orders division, and I just emailed that to Ms. Hernandez today.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset for discovery on Mr. Ricardo Villarreal? All right, so we'll come back on January 30th for discovery.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, after you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Henry Knight. All right, today is Mr. Knight's plea deadline date. You've had a chance to confirm?
Yes, Your Honor. He has received a plea bargain. He's rejected that and is asking the court for a trial.
All right, and state, how long do you expect this trial to last on Mr. Knight? How long do you expect this trial?
2, maybe 3 days.
Maybe 3 days? Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date for Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight, your plea deadline date has expired. The court will not accept any plea bargaining agreements in this case. I'm sorry, when? All right, the only, you said the 21st? All right. Court will not accept any plea bargain agreements in this case. The only way the court will accept an agreement is for good cause. Otherwise, you have to plead open to the court. Do you understand? All right, your jury trial date will be February 21st at 9 a.m. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. You're welcome. Joe Frank Dominguez. All right, Mr. Dominguez, have you hired your attorney?
No, I'm gonna do today.
I'm sorry?
That's what I'm gonna do today. After this, I'm gonna go, talk to the attorney.
That's what he tells me, Judge. In case he doesn't hire an attorney, I've conferred with the district attorney that made me an offer, which is open to the next setting. So we'd like that time to consider, see if he's gonna hire, or if not, we'll proceed at that time.
All right, do you have all the discovery?
I do.
Ms. Ferguson, can you bring this back on January 9th for a plea deadline date? All right, your plea deadline date is going to be January 9th. After that date, the court will not accept any plea bargain agreements in this case. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
And state if you could give them acknowledgement of discovery?
Yes, sir. Just give me a moment.
Yes. All right, thank you.
You get a chance, you can be Alberta records. Alberta records.
No, thank you.
Yeah, there's a revolving.
Yeah.
I'm sure they have.
Yeah. Thank you. It's a sentence.
Okay.
I saw them on my.
It's like. Yeah, video of it.
All right, the court is going to call 2022 CR 8297, State of Texas versus Logan Lachelle Armstrong. That party is announced for the record for the state.
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Mike Defense.
Latimer for the defendant.
And are you Miss Armstrong?
Yes.
The defendant entered a plea of no contest on November 16th, 2022. Applied for deferred adjudication. According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 4 years in the prison. The state opposes her applications and they are taken in consideration 2022 CR 8298. Have both parties had a chance to read the PSI report?
No, Your Honor, I haven't yet.
Oh, okay. If you guys will read that and then approach. And counsel, state. The court is in receipt of this. Have you had a chance to review it?
Very briefly, I think one of them is a statement from the defendant and a couple of them are character statements.
Okay, all right. Just let me know when you're all ready.
Thank you, Judge.
Daniel.
That's the file.
Yeah.
I just want to double check on that. Robert, any deadlines?
And yet.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Give me jail time credit on the case. 2019 7204 B boy. 7204? Yeah, B. What's the total time? 123. Is only have these two cases?
Yes,
On Alberto Rodriguez, he's still on the Zoom.
yes.
Yeah, I've conferred an offer. Can you put him into a breakout room with his client?
Yes.
They're all involved with the same thing. Read the direct case.
I'm sending you to breakout room, number 1. Okay.
Just. But.
Yes.
I just finished.
All right, thank you.
I don't know.
All right, are the parties ready on Armstrong? Are you ready? All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 8297, State of Texas versus Logan Armstrong. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense?
Mike Latimer for the defense.
And are you Miss Armstrong? All right, you're gonna have to make sure you speak up. All right, you entered a plea on November 16th of no contest to evading arrest detention with a vehicle. According to the plea bargaining agreement, punishments be assessed at 4 years. The state is opposed to your application. They're taking in consideration 2022 CR 8298. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report, state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes.
All right, any objections to the PSI report, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? I'm gonna need you all to be quiet in the box while we're on the record. Deputy, is there any way to move them to the other end perhaps? All right, state, do you have any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any witnesses?
Only the defendant.
All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record. All right, defense?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. State, Ms. Armstrong, you understand that the judge has to make a very difficult decision today, whether or not to grant your applications for probation and or deferred adjudication or sentence you according to the state's recommendation. What did you want to tell the judge?
I just wanted to tell the judge that I am trying to get my life together. I'm trying to better myself and my studies. I'm trying to use every avenue that's available to help me get back on track and be a better person. That I don't have to go out and commit crimes and stuff like that.
And Ms. Armstrong, two individuals submitted letters of support for you. Could you identify who those people are?
Tanisha Daly is my caseworker at Austin Area Urban League and Kia. I'm sorry, you're not speaking. Tanisha Daly is my caseworker at Austin Area Urban League and Kia Redmond is my.
And the last time we were in court, you represented that you were anticipating getting a job. Have you secured a job?
Yes.
All right, is there a reason why everybody is whispering? I cannot hear.
I can't either.
So everyone in the box, I'm gonna need you to bring it down a notch. And everyone who's in front of me, speak up so I can hear. I'm thinking everybody wants me to be able to hear so I can make a ruling.
Could you describe to the court what job you have secured?
I work as a monitoring a homeless shelter in Austin.
And how many days a week do you work?
It's part-time, so only on the weekends right now.
Is it full day weekends? You're anticipating working full-time eventually with this
Yes.
organization?
Yeah.
Well, I understand your criminal history is rather extensive, correct?
Yes.
And what can you explain to the judge in regards to what happened in your life that would cause you so many arrests, although there's only 6 convictions? But what happened in your life that would cause you to lead that sort of lifestyle?
I was running the street. Being
Now pass the witness.
Okay, Ms. Armstrong, who else was in the car with you on the day of his offense?
Tamara Satellite.
Was there anyone else?
Tamara Akins and and Tamara's son.
Okay. And so during this offense, whenever the police stopped him, he was unrestrained in the backseat, correct?
Right.
How old was he?
He's 1.
Okay, so I also wanted to go just briefly into your criminal history, just very briefly again. So you were placed on deferred adjudication back in 2020 for engaging in organized crime, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was actually revoked in 2022, is that all correct?
Yeah.
Pass it, John.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I have a question. You want to explain to me why you're going into Burlington's coat factory, stealing coats, and then running from the police with a 1-year-old in the car? Somebody explain to me, what were your thought process? And no offense against Burlington Coat Factory. I've been in there, never been able to find anything, but I don't understand what you thought you were doing, going into Burlington Coat Factory and taking items that don't belong to you.
At the time, I was just trying to, I went in there with intentions on getting clothes and selling so that I could have money.
All right, I'm gonna need y'all to be quiet in the box. So I don't understand why people don't get a job. Whatever happened to getting a job? And whatever happened to, getting a job instead of coming to court and then trying to get your life in order and say, oh, look, I've got a job. People do that every single day. And a lot of times people work jobs they don't want to work. But you know what? When they have children, they knock their pride aside and they'll do whatever they want to do. You think the people who are working at McDonald's want to work fries, although there's nothing wrong with that. But do you think that's their life's dream? I'm going to work fries for the rest of my life. But you know why they do it? Because they got bills to pay. And they're not going to Burlington's coat factory, making other people's job hard by stealing items, then running. And I always read the police report. I always read the PSI report and everything that's given to me. So you and your friend go into Burlington, stealing coats or whatever you're stealing from them. Then you get in a car with a 1-year-old unrestrained. And did the 1-year-old go into Burlington's with you all while y'all were stealing it? Did y'all leave him in the car by himself? Well, I mean, it's not, I believe you either know or you don't know. Where was the 1-year-old?
It was 3 people. One of them just walked away and police wasn't in contact.
So the 1-year-old, did the 1-year-old come in Burlington's coat factory with you all? So the 1-year-old is left out in the car with some third person. You don't know their name.
Tamara and
So you're the only person who went in Burlington coat factory to steal?
no, it was 2 girls. Their both name was Tamara.
Oh, okay. So then the other girl is out in the car, I guess the getaway car, for want of a better term, while y'all go in and steal coats. So explain to me, how did this plan happen? Were you all just sitting around the table and saying, hey, let's go steal coats from Burlington? How did you pick Burlington's coat factory? Why not Marshall's? Why not Ross? Why not Dress for Less? Why not the HEB? So explain to me how you all came up with a plan. Let's go steal coats from Burlington.
It wasn't a plan. It was just in the moment.
Oh, y'all just driving around like, hey, there's a Burlington. Let's go in there and steal. Is that the way you're telling me it went down? So how did it go down?
I just went in and saw something in the
And what did you take?
Tommy Hilfiger.
All right. So you go into Burlington and you immediately grab the Tommy Hilfiger. Who requested the Tommy Hilfiger? All right. Any other questions?
No.
Done from the state, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll hear argument.
Your Honor, the defendant does have an extensive criminal history, including several, at least one revocation on the charge that she's on probation on. In addition, facts of this case are pretty harrowing. She had a 1-year-old child in the backseat and she decided to elude police officers and try to drive away instead of just pulling over. The state would recommend that she do time in TDC. This has been something that's been escalating. It's been building up to this point, and at this point, she put someone in that car at risk who had no choice whether or not to be in that car.
All right. And I'm assuming this engaging in organized crime is listed as a misdemeanor. Was that filed as a misdemeanor?
It was out of McClellan County, Your Honor. I don't know the specifics.
Was that a misdemeanor?
Yes,
How much time did you do on that one?
45 days.
All right. Defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe Ms. Armstrong kind of grew up too fast. She was born in Louisiana. She's 25, 27 years old. She has high school diploma. According to PSI, there are no felony convictions. And also what's important, I think, is that there are no drug offenses. Typically, when you see thefts, you see drugs. She was not stealing to satisfy any kind of drug habit. There are only 6 misdemeanor convictions, although I say only, but there's several arrests. Only 6 misdemeanor convictions. She was a member of the Zion Baptist Church. She has 2 children. The father, one of the children who has no criminal history, was tragically shot and killed in 2017. So she was supporting that child. That's the oldest child. She does volunteer work at the home shelter. And she's making these learning boards that while she was detained under this case and under the bond, she was making these learning boards for children to help not only her children, but other children. And it appeared to have picked up, and several people have been buying these learning boards that she's been making for preschool children. She has a mother that's very supportive that she lives with in Temple, Texas. Her father passed away. She is a single mother of these 2 children. She has siblings that also support her. And she has worked very hard to getting this job, and she wants one last chance. And I'm told her it would be her last chance. This is the first felony. And I've stressed upon her that this is very serious. that if she has to comply with every single condition, that she needs to make a copy of the conditions and keep them all over the house if she has to, because I don't want to see her back. She has no intention of coming back here unless it's a discharge of her probation or deferred adjudication. That's it. Thank you.
What does he mean? You grew up too fast? I don't understand that.
Well, I think with her, she was with the kind of people that she kind of lost her childhood when she was doing adult things with adult people and getting her involved in things and made bad choices.
All right. All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court's going to find you guilty, sentence you to 3 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served, taking consideration 2022 CR 8298. Court will retain jurisdiction, showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you review that document with your?
This is the document on that we signed the last time regarding no right to appeal.
Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Can I ask,
Sure.
before I'm taking custody, can I see my kids outside?
No, there are some security issues, so that can't happen. Who's outside with your children?
My, boys,
How long have you known this boyfriend?
almost 2 years. We have my youngest kid is
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Latimer? The court will retain jurisdiction. All right, thank you. And State, do you have the dismissal? Thank you.
It's Marcia and Raina.
May I approach real quick?
Yes.
I have a question. Paul and I had a question, and I'm sure you wouldn't mind me approaching you. It's a paperwork issue. So we have a case where it's a DWI with child. What I offered and what it will work out to is way to an endangering and reduce the DWI child down to a misdemeanor. She's never been magged or indicted on the endangering child. We're doing it as indictment waiver.
Okay.
Are we able to do that on the same indictment? And then from that, you
Yes.
can give 2 points? Okay, cool. Then we'll do that today.
All right. You're welcome. Who's here on Andres Diaz?
Present, Your Honor.
All right, where's Andres Diaz?
The back corner, Judge, as well.
Oh, I read this case today. I read this case in preparation for this morning. Wow, look at that. I did actually.
Have you all conferred?
We have, Judge.
All right, you all need to switch places, and there's a line back there.
Sorry, Judge.
Everyone. I know that with COVID, people are acting like it never happened. I still remember it happening, so that's why there's a line there. And I will tell you, I was in HEB about a month ago, and everybody is wiping down countertops now. There's a reason that's happening. So I'm trying not to catch anything. I know everybody else is trying not to catch anything. So that line there, please don't pass it. I would greatly appreciate it. My mom would greatly appreciate it, most importantly. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so on Diaz, what's happening with this case?
I conferred with the state this morning, Judge. It's a burglary habitation. There's a question as to restitution. The state made contact with the complainant back in November. There was a question as to what restitution is. We have a tentative offer, but pending resolution or determining actually what the restitution is, we're at a standstill. I would ask the court, I think it's the second setting, if we can pass the next setting to get confirmation as to that.
All right, which page is this? Does anyone see him on the document? 16? So State, have you contacted the complainant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And counsel, you have all the discovery?
We believe so, yes, Judge.
All right, State, I'll need a acknowledgement of discovery done before he leaves.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you all tender an offer?
We have.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. I need a plea deadline date for Mr. Andres, please. Andres Diaz.
January 31st.
All right, your plea deadline date is January 31st. The court will not consider any plea bargain agreements after that date. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court, or otherwise it'll have to be for good cause. Do you understand? All right, thank you. Always good seeing you.
You too, Judge. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's yourself right there.
Who's here on? Let's see. Billie Jean Freeman. Could I have parties approach? Court is calling 2019 CR 7204B, State of Texas versus Billie Jean Freeman. Off the record for a moment. Mr. Rodriguez, have you worked out an agreement with your client?
Yes, Your Honor. If I may just get a short continuance so I can discuss this with my client, possibly
Ms.
just a
Rowlett?
week or so.
Ms. Rowlett, you need to have a seat and stop moving around. So find a seat. And unmute.
I'm sorry.
Could I see the file on Rowlett, please? Okay. And Ms. Rowlett, where are you?
I'm at home.
Yeah, what's your location? Are you in Bear County?
Yeah.
That's yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Ms. Ferguson, can this come back on January 9th?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this is being recalled for January 9th. That will be your plea deadline date. The court will not accept any plea bargain agreements after that date, and you'll need to appear in person in court. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're excused. We'll see you on January 9th.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we're back on the record. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Oscar Salinas.
Defense?
David Andre Wood from Ms. Freeman.
And are you Ms. Freeman? All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Motion to Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Are you the same Billie Jean Freeman who was placed on community supervision in 2019 CR 7204B for the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1 less than 1 gram, on August 26, 2019 for a term of 4 years? Is that you? State?
Violated condition number 5 in Bear County, Texas. The defendant, Billie Jean Freeman, did then and there fail to report to the supervision officer as directed for the months of July, August, and September 2021 in violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead in violation of condition?
I'm sorry,
five.
condition number 5. Wow.
All right, how do you plead to that? True or not true? State?
State waives and abandons the remaining allegations.
Any objections to the state's waivers?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Freeman, did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 5, the court to find it true, grant the motion, and sentence you to 2 years in the state jail facility and a $1,500 fine? Did you understand?
Yes.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 5? Court will find violation of condition number 5 true. Is there an agreement?
Yes, Judge, there is an agreement.
What is the agreement?
We'd ask the court to revoke the community supervision and punish the defendant under 1244A for 123 days in the Bear County jail and have the judgment satisfied.
Is that the agreement?
It is, Judge. We just have to click the following.
All right, Ms. Freeman, did you understand that to be the agreement?
Yes.
Are you asking the court to follow that agreement?
Yes.
Are you waiving your right to appeal?
Yes.
All right, the court will find violation of condition number 5 true. The court will grant the motion, sentence you to 123 days in the Bear County Jail under 1244A, give you credit for any time served, and the court will show that the judgment is satisfied. Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes.
Because this is plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
Because this is felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, good luck to you. We can go off the record. How old are you?
65.
All right, so you're 65. I can say this because I'm in the twilight of my life. Unless you're expecting to live another 60 years, I mean, if you do, the government is not going to let you retire, but you're going to have to start making better decisions and better choices. So do you have this drug habit under control?
Yes.
So what have you been doing to do that?
When I got in trouble, really, it really scared me. And it made me really think about it. I have like 5 great grandbabies and they small and see grow up.
Okay. All right, so you're done with probation. Don't get excited and happy and forget the path that you're supposed to be on. And the path that you're telling me you're going to be on is taking care of, or at least being a great grandmother to your great grandchildren and being there for them.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
Also, Judge, as a condition of her bond, she did have an ankle monitor. I don't know if I need to file
see
a
that.
motion, or if I need to speak with the clerk about having that removed. It was a condition of pretrial.
All right. Yes, that'll be removed.
Thanks, Judge.
You're welcome. If you could just make sure that's in the system, Mr. Woodard.
Okay, thanks,
Okay,
Judge.
sure. Yeah. Who's here on Daniel Macias?
Full Nettles here on that case.
All right, where's your client?
It's coming up.
All right, what's happening with this case?
Your Honor, this case was being handled by Nathaniel Navy with our law firms. Nathaniel just quit our law firm last week. He's going to be going out on his own. So I'm going to be taking over this case.
Well, let's not say quit. Let's say, I think the better term is, yes, he's doing different things. Quit, it, has different connotations to it. Maybe
So-
he's like spreading his wings.
Yeah, so he's opening up his own solo practice. He's going to be going that route forward. So I will be taking over this case along with a few others that are set today. And I'm just asking the board if we could have another setting so that I can have time to review all the videos on this case.
All right, have you conferred with your client
Yes, I have.
and conferred with the state?
I have, Your Honor.
Have you received an offer?
On this case, yes, I have, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a plea deadline date for Daniel Macias. All right, January 31st is going to be your plea deadline date. What that means is the court will not accept any plea bargain agreements after that date without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plead open to the court. Do you understand? All right, they'll give you a reset form and then you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Who's here on Robert Reyna?
That's going to be me as well, Your Honor.
All right, Robert Reyna. Today is your client's plea deadline date.
And Your Honor, due to the circumstances I was just explaining to the court with myself taking over these cases for Nathaniel Navy, I was going to respectfully ask if I could have one more plea deadline date. I have not been able to review the videos of Mr. Reyna's case to be able to accurately give my impression of the case and whether I think this plea bargain that's being offered is a good deal or not. We haven't been made an offer. It is a prison offer. And so.
Oh, I don't need to know what the offer is.
I would just, I'm asking the court if we can have just one more plea deadline setting. So that way I can go over everything and then be able to sit down with my client and explain it all to him.
All right, we'll put your plea deadline date on the 31st. If you decide not to accept the plea, there's going to be a quick turnaround for jury trial because this is considered an old case for the 187th. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Jasmine Shaw. Is this your case as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let me find her on the docket. All right, what's happening with this case?
Judge, I was writing an offer right before I got it.
Oh, an offer?
I haven't had a chance to.
Okay,
And then, Your Honor, this would be very similar to the other cases. I'm just,
all right, you need to pull your top down.
Sorry.
Mid drifts are not shown in the court.
yes, Your Honor.
No problem. Yes.
And so, Your Honor, the state is making an offer at this point. I discussed with my client, there are a few mitigation things that she has been working on herself. Classes, certificates, things like that, that I do not yet have, because I've just taken over this case from Mr. Navy. And so I would have like a chance to be able to get all those records, provide them to the assistant district attorney, and hopefully be able to work something out at this next court setting.
All right, your plea deadline date is going to be January 31st. Court will not accept any plea bargain agreements after that date without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court, okay? All right, thank you.
Your Honor.
Sure.
You'll describe a seat offer form by consent.
Who's here on Melvin Jones? Yes. All right, what is happening with Mr. Jones?
Good morning, Your Honor. As you know, Mr. Jones has cases with special crimes, CPD, and family.
He just all over.
Mr. Harrington was gracious enough to take the reins on this case with us.
All right, so which case is with Miss Harrington?
The promotion prosecution.
Okay. And so is this going to be the case that controls all the other cases? Or no?
It's my understanding, Judge, that if we, let me back up. Because that for a very direct question, that it takes a different answer. We got an offer finally that wraps everything up, okay? What we're requesting is an extremely short turnaround to see whether he wants to take this offer or not. If he rejects it, then I believe it would probably be the drug case that would be the one that we must try.
Okay, and how long do you anticipate the drug case taking?
8.5, 2 days.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson. Mr. Jones, can you give me a jury trial date as well as a plea deadline date? And if you want to come in sooner than this date, let the court know.
We will. Ms. Harrington gave me a drop dead date on her own because it's going to be sooner than the court date we knew that was happening. And so we would let the court know at that point in time.
All right, sure. All right, Ms. Ferguson. And they say that the drug case shall take 2 days.
It'll be the 2022 CR 8529 case.
And are there any videos?
Yes, I have it.
No, I mean.
Oh, to play?
Yes.
I don't want.
And how long are these videos?
Well, I don't want to tell the state how to do that.
Okay.
There's a lot of it, but a lot of them are just police officers that do
Okay.
nothing.
All right.
Can do the 24th
24th of,
January.
all right, January 24th will be your jury trial date and your plea deadline date.
And one other thing, Your Honor, Mr. Jones is remanded without bond on 3 of his cases. We talked to the state about that. They're in agreement with bond numbers on my approach.
Yes. Right, just give me a moment. And Ms. Ferguson, can you give them a reset form? You said January 24th, okay. All right, if you're in custody, you'll be brought over dressed in whatever clothes that you have at the jail. If you wish to be attired in something different, you'll need to let your attorney know and do a clothing exchange. If there's an issue with the clothing exchange, let the court know. We'll see what we can do to expedite that.
We'll get that taken care of.
All right, and Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form in case you are out, so you'll know your court date and have it with you. You're welcome. There's this. Yes. I'm sorry. Okay. All right, and can you make sure he gets a reset form, his client?
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Yes.
So, yes. Oh, January 1st.
Okay, counsels. Hi. Is this a case where I had set a bond and then he picked up new cases? Could somebody check that?
This is what it transferred it.
Oh, and if y'all could.
He, the
People-
judge,
Brenda, people are trying to send me back home.
he
With
has,
something.
you were gonna hand me stuff.
he has 3 of the pending cases already, Judge. The
Mhm.
motion to reduce bonds, motions are granted, he made bonds.
Mhm.
And he got out, then his bondsman had filed to get off his bond
Okay,
at the same time that he was failure to appear. And then picked up another case, and that's why my agreed amounts basically double all of the bonds that were previously.
but
set.
what new cases that he picked
The
up?
4 to 200 where it's already set 15,000.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna ask for GPS.
Well, Judge, you might have to ask for anything.
Well, I mean, I'm just, yeah, well, I mean, this is
You're asking no.
and here's the thing, I'm trying to be kind and gentle. Everybody knows that Santa's watching.
Or drinks, or someone doesn't want cola in their stuff.
No, I don't.
I wish.
We went to
And I think coal is like
And I was like,
dirty. It gets
got a
all on
lot
your
of wine.
hands and everything.
Yeah, I mean, holidays, so. Yeah, let me get with my husband. Are you still doing a brisket?
Yeah, I bought one.
Oh, you bought?
Well, no,
Oh, you're gonna smoke it then?
Yeah.
Okay. Or finish telling me his direction.
My mother-in-law, makes everything difficult. Well, I shouldn't say difficult. She's very particular. They like to eat bagels and there's like
Yeah.
what kind of bagels you
Right,
like.
thank you.
Yeah, the excuse judge?
Yes.
Thank you.
She's like, I'd like.
Who's
yeah.
on Janelia's crew?
Where am
All
I
right,
gonna find?
bring your client forward.
You get a Panera.
Oh, okay. Well, that's where I'll have to go.
There has them, they're great. Oh, yeah.
Good morning.
Those of you just go to HEB. They don't.
All right, so where are we on this case? I'm assuming we're on track for trial or what?
We're here to check up on discovery. It was to check on discovery, Judge, that was missing. This was Ryan Groomer's case.
Just 1 second. Let me see what my handy notes tell me.
All right.
Oh, so what is due is the phone dump, witness list, DVD didn't play, warrant on defendant's cell phone.
Correct.
That's correct. And that was just conveyed to me today, Judge. So I sent Ryan a text and I think he should be getting back to me about kind of what the issues are and if those have been resolved.
Okay.
From our perspective, I mean, we haven't received anything, and I didn't know Ryan wasn't on the case anymore. I've been texting Ryan. He hasn't provided me with anything.
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Norma, on this case, we're gonna come back on January 9th.
Okay. All right, Judge. Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Crew, the state is to have the witness list, the DVD that didn't play. I don't know what's on the DVD. He says some DVD doesn't play. And he needs a copy of the search warrant. Do you have a copy of the search warrant in your file here today for the cell phone?
A copy of the search warrant, is that what you're asking?
For his cell phone,
The warrant for his phone?
yes, sir.
Yeah, we should have that.
Yeah.
And then, Judge, the phone dumps, the actual content of the cell phones. I don't know if you had that in your notes. We haven't received that.
Yes.
Okay,
Do the phone dump.
yes,
Yes. And so we'll get a status on all of this on January 9th.
perfect.
Thank you.
All right, and then when we come back on January 9th, if the cell phone and all that still is not done, then I'm going to give a date and people need to subpoena whomever they need to subpoena to explain why it's not there.
Absolutely.
Because this is an old case and I realize it's old because 1, I think it came from somewhere else. And 2, because we've had COVID, but I don't allow cases to hang around this long.
I understand, Judge, and you'll also to refresh your memory, it's the same occurrence, the alleged, the defendants, the allegations come from the same occurrence, but you've probably got like over 10 files there.
Yes.
But it's all the same thing.
Okay. All right. We will see you then.
Right, Judge, thank you.
And they'll, don't leave. They'll check to see if they have the warrant.
Warrant, okay.
Yes.
All right, let's see.
And state, can you also on January 9th, if you'll make a decision on if all of these cases are being tried together, if they're being tried separately. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I guess.
I'll be right back.
All right, thank you.
Yes. Yes, please.
All right, who's here on Isaiah Berju? All right, what is happening with this case?
Mr. Honor, basically, we're in the exact same position that we were in and reporting on November 7th court date. If you remember, I was filling in on that day for Mr. Navy.
Yes.
This was gonna be Mr. Navy's case, and I took down the notes of what we needed to do on this case
Yes.
for today's setting. I found out last week, not only that Mr. Navy is leaving the office, left the office, but that I will be handling Isaiah's case. And so I did not get done the things that Nate was actually going to be doing on this case. So I basically just asked for the exact same setting again, so that way I can look for the, I need to confirm in Nate's file, the cell phone extraction CD that has been turned over and the information on there, and about the CPS case records that we were, Mr. Villarreal and I were talking about at the last setting.
All right, we're gonna come back on January 31st. That will be the last date for discovery.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
Okay. Go ahead and have a seat.
Who's here on Gosan Yannick Prescott Amoa? Good morning. So why were you late for court?
Yeah.
I'm sorry? All right, so here's the thing. I require that everyone be on time, so you're gonna have to start making arrangements for maybe not having parking space. You understand? All right, so where are we on this case?
Your Honor, he is pending an application for mental health and child diversion. He has an appointment, screening appointment for January 11th, I believe. He had one for January 4th, December 4th, but he wasn't able to make, they had rescheduled him for December 4th, but he couldn't make that appointment. So they rescheduled him for January 11th.
All right, so here's the thing. You can't miss any more of these appointments. I'm gonna give you a reset for PTD. And you need to make sure that you get the paperwork done and make your appointment, okay? All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Amoa, PTD reset, please.
February 2nd.
All right, we're gonna come back on February 2nd. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
Thank you.
Who's here on Anthony Sanchez? That one's down. Court is calling 2022 CR 7733, State of Texas versus Anthony Sanchez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Rebecca Gorham for the state.
Defense?
Matthew Allen for Mr. Sanchez.
And are you Mr. Sanchez? Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Sanchez, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor, we're waiving count 2 of the indictment as well as the repeat offender enhancement.
Any objection?
No objections.
Mr. Sanchez, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with driving while intoxicated third or more? That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well? Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Sanchez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, state is proceeding on count 1. They're asking that your punishment be assessed at 2 years in the state, 2 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. There are no applications. If you fail to show up for sentencing, you'll be subject to the full range of punishment. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offense is charged in count 1. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Okay.
State, any evidence?
State offer State's Exhibit 1 and all attachments.
No objections, Your Honor.
Mr. Sanchez, I'm showing you what's entitled Waiving Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement that the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty and the court will find you guilty. So here's the thing, Mr. Sanchez. Alcohol, DWIs, that's a big problem, not only in Bexar County, but everywhere else. It appears to me that you have a drug or alcohol problem. So if you want, we can call this back for sentencing and I'll follow your agreement and sentence you to the 2 years in prison. If you want to accept it today, I'll give you probation, but you'll still be going into custody because you'll be going to safety.
Could we take a moment so I can explain that?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Oh, if he can come forward. He came up without, you came up without him.
I just want to make sure. I didn't want to.
All right, so we're back on the record. What would you like to do, Mr. Sanchez?
Judge, after confirming Mr. Sanchez, he wants to proceed as the plea bargain agreement.
All right, I'm gonna write on here that you were made that offer, so don't come back on the day of your sentencing saying I want that now, because that offer will not be extended again. All right, you're saying that he wished to be sentenced at a later date?
Yes, Your Honor. He takes care of his father has some health conditions who lives with him. So he's asking the court for some time to make sure that he can find proper care for his father.
Okay. Ms. Ferguson, on this case, can you recall it the week of January 16th?
Yes, ma'am. I can bring it back on the 19th.
All right. So we're coming back on January 19th, and that will be your sentencing date. All right, as a part of your plea bargain agreement, if you do not appear, you'll be subject to the full range of punishment. Do you understand? So your full range of punishment is up to 10 years in the prison. Do you understand? All right, they'll give you a reset form. Good luck to you. All right, thank you. All right. Who's here on, oh, why am I giving this back? They've already gotten the reset form. I don't know why I keep getting it back. Who's here on Gavina Vara? Hello.
This is not on today's docket. At the previous setting, when he was set, Mr. Coons had approached regarding his GPS monitor, and he had asked Mr. Coons to file a motion on it. So we've filed the motion. The client is not present. I don't know if we can proceed with that.
No, have you conferred with the state? Do they have any objection?
Yes, I have concerns. I believe they're not in agreement.
We're not in agreement, Judge, because the last violation was that he cut off the monitor back in 2021.
That's correct. His full
Grant-
disclosure, I told them in March of 2021, he had a tampering violation where the monitor was cut. Since then, he obviously has had no violations, but that was a very big violation almost 2 years ago.
Granted, it was some time ago, but it was a violation, but.
So is he on tracking or just partial?
He's on partial.
All right, do you have any objection to tracking? And we can do tracking with a curfew.
Yeah, I think that'd be fine with the state tracking with a curfew.
All right, what curfew would you request?
It's like 10 p.m.
That's a little long. We'll start off with something less than, like when as my grandmother would say, when the street lights come on, everybody needs to be in.
Sure.
So we'll start with 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Is everyone okay with that?
Sure.
That's fine, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like 11. 11's a little late. Oh, you said yeah.
Yeah.
I heard 11 by then.
Before the news.
Before the news?
Yeah.
So he makes it back for nightly
Yeah.
news, I guess.
All right, we'll start with that.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
You're welcome. And state, just so you're aware, I think this is set for February 2nd. Okay. All right,
Thank you, Judge.
you're welcome.
I don't know if I get the motion so I can use a copy
Sure.
of the order.
Back to Caroline. Thank you. That's fine.
Thank you.
All right, is the person here on Sergio Garcia? All right, and where is Sergio Garcia?
He's downstairs.
All right, we'll need your client brought up. You're welcome.
And Your Honor, just for housekeeping measures, conferring with the state on a motion to modify bond conditions. And I also filed on both cases, a motion to withdraw.
All right, we'll take up the motion to withdraw.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I need both files for that. And he'll approach after they bring him up.
Johnson.
All right, who are the parties on Asia? Harrison?
Judge, I'm present for her. I was spoken with probation. I'm gonna look up something real quick if we can.
Sure. Well, I mean, work up something as in what?
Judge, it's a motion to early term,
Mhm.
and I know probation wanted to send a message, just to make sure something was done about that.
Okay.
And it was my fault. I just let them know I had it. Yeah,
Okay, no
it's my
I was
fault.
just gonna reach out to the probation officer to see if we had any information to provide to the court on the defendant's status.
Okay, all right, thank
It's
you.
my fault. I just
Oh, no, no problem.
How are you?
All right, Britta, how far is Georgetown from here?
Like, this past office. It's about getting to Austin is part of it. You're getting like 80. Yeah. Yeah.
So how long?
Thinking about. Depends on what. You go 35? Okay, I go 35. You know?
Because I do not do toll roads.
Well, I wouldn't do the toll.
Oh, I don't either, because I figure taxpayers are already paid for the road.
No, it's just.
Why are we paying it again? That's just one of my things.
I think once you get through Austin, it's not that far. It's just getting through Austin.
Well, I will tell you, whenever I have to drive through Austin, I just take it as an opportunity to be stuck in traffic, to people watch.
Well.
Because I don't think anybody's going to do anything about the truck. You know what I think? I think people are going to continue building more and more freeways. It's going to end up being a 10-decker or something. When an accident happens and it falls over, then somebody's going to say, we should do better with public transportation.
Once you get through Austin, it's. Yeah, once you get on the other side of Austin, you're fine. You're fine. It's not that far from.
I just use Austin as an opportunity to sightsee. So, yeah.
You gotta have lots of patience in Austin.
Oh, yeah. Because, I found, I've driven through Austin early AM, like 3 AM,
Yeah.
traffic,
Yeah, it doesn't matter what time you go.
6 AM traffic. The only time I've driven through Austin and it wasn't a problem, Christmas Eve.
Oh, you.
Hello.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
All right. We have an agreement worked out. Currently, his client is indicted for DWI with child.
Mhm.
We're gonna do DWI with child, reduce that down to a misdemeanor, then do an endangering. However, we don't have a file for an endangering case. Come to the court with what solutions were, we tried to ask for an indictment waiver, however, since that case is already, the DWI with child's already indicted, they weren't able to give us an indictment waiver number.
Mhm.
Trying to come to the court with what solutions we can have. We could always create a file this afternoon and then come back tomorrow and have two separate files and do the indictment waiver on the new file.
Mhm.
Or unless the court has another option.
I think that would probably be best, because I think if you were to do it as different counts, that's too much of a substantive change.
Correct.
Judge, just. And we're gonna take the deal. If we could just have some time to do it, maybe recall it after the new year if possible, and not a very old case, it's case 2022, isn't it?
Yeah, I think.
Just
Which
to make
case is
sure
this?
It's the, we've been coming back for the last couple of days, mainly because. we were
What's the,
getting to
what's the
this,
person's name?
Apolinad.
April.
Yeah. We've been coming back, Judge, because we were hammering out the deal and finally.
Since August. So even though it's
I'm
20,
just saying it's worked out. It's
I-
not one that.
all right,
Yeah.
because August 22 is a long time for this court.
I'm just saying we haven't worked out. It's not,
All right.
rather than have everybody stress over it.
Oh, nobody stresses here. We all are very calm and how we proceed, and it's all fluid.
So yeah, so I thought about just amending the indictment today. However, I think that might be too much of a change.
That is. Brenda, do you see what?
Check on the recall.
All right,
We have been working diligently to get to this point.
all right, Ms. Apolinar, if you can come forward. All right. Ms. Apolinar, your plea deadline date is going to be, on this case, is going to be January 9th. The court will not consider any plea bargain agreements after that date without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, if you can give her a January 9th date.
They just, and we'll have the paperwork done by then. I'm sorry, I should have figured out these issues prior to this. call.
No problem.
We just figured it out.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
But I knew what I was gonna do on Sunday. So I should have figured it out.
Okay, why were you not working on Sunday then? Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, we'll give you a reset form. Brenda, is it me or is it very hot in here?
It's hot.
Thank you. Okay, just so you know, I've been working on the heat in this courtroom for over 4 years. And the powers that be have told us that it is all of the women's imagination that it's hot in here.
Well, the only girl, okay. Who said that?
And we did not accept that. Dan Curry said that. So I don't know if people,
A wide range of ages, I don't think it's.
yeah. So it's Dan Curry has said that.
No, it was.
And we had to have a thermostat. Can you believe that? They actually had us down here with a thermometer to show them how hot it is in here. So between that and the mildew from the flooding that came from the DA's office 3 years ago, that's what we're still dealing with in this court. But we all have patience. And we're moving, so somebody else will have to deal with it. All right, are you all ready on Asia Harrison? Or still working on it?
I was waiting to hear back from.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
We'll be here. Is the immigration? Is the interpreter here? We need an interpreter. All right, Hugh's here on Dalton Strachan. All right, court is calling 2019 CR 8323, State of Texas versus Dalton Strachan. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense.
Kramer for the defense.
And are you Mr. Strachan?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Stretch.
Strachan. Okay. When somebody mispronounces your name, you need to let them know. Okay.
It's all the time. So.
All right. I'm going to show you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilty and Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Are you the same Dalton Raleigh Strachan that was placed on deferred adjudication in 2019 CR 8323 for the offense of unauthorized use of a vehicle on September 19, 2019 for a period of 3 years? Is that you? All right, state.
Violated condition number 5 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant Dalton Riley Strachan did then and there fail to report to the supervision officer as directed for the months of June 2022 in violation of condition number 5.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
State waives all the violations.
Any objection to the state's waivers?
No, Judge.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 5, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine? Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 5? Court will find violation of condition number 5 true. Is there an agreement?
There is, Your Honor. The agreement is to extend the defendant's probation for 6 months to complete community service hours and to pay his remaining balance. And for the defendant to submit to monthly UAs and also for him to complete the DOEP course.
I'm sorry, complete what?
The DOEP course. Sorry about
Okay.
that.
That is what we discussed, Judge. And so you know, the new number 1 was dismissed a while ago.
Okay.
No copy.
All right, so Mr. Strachan, can you raise your right hand for me, please? And someone swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, can you lower your hand? All right, state your name for the record.
Dalton Chaching.
All right, is there a reason why you haven't been doing well on community supervision? What's going on in your life?
Just makes me nervous about reporting.
Yeah, because you're not supposed to be using marijuana. How much money does he owe in restitution?
It's like 380 something.
I think total balance is about $384. I don't see specific restitution. In the other conditions.
All right, probation, how much money does Mr. Strachan owe in restitution?
Your Honor, I'm not showing that restitution is best. Paid a total of $2,517 and has a balance of $293.28. His total balance remaining is $384.
So he doesn't owe any restitution.
No.
How much time does he have in custody, please?
Days, Judge. Total.
All right, do y'all want to confer? Because he doesn't have any restitution.
Well, I mean, are you thinking about a 1244?
No, I mean, I'm letting you all do your own negotiation.
Well, because he was happy with continuing with the deferred, so this wouldn't be a conviction on his record and finishing up. And I talked to him about, you know, we cannot have any more marijuana positives, and he seems to understand that.
Well, do you want to speak to them that? Because here's the thing, Mr. Strachan. You know you better than your attorney does, better than I do, better than the state does. Your attorney's only known you for whatever amount of time. I've only known you from taking this plea and our conversations. Probation probably knows you better than I do. You need to look inside yourself and ask whether or not you can stop using marijuana. Marijuana is illegal in Texas. And if you don't think you can stop using marijuana, then that's something you probably need to discuss with your attorney, because I'm not going to allow you to be on probation and using marijuana.
I understand.
So do you want to speak? You probably want to speak to your attorney a little bit, and then we can come back. We'll still be here.
Well, it'll be kind of a repeat of what we already talked about.
Okay.
Okay.
Know how much bond is.
Judge some credit.
No. Bond.
Oh, the bond, just like. 255.
Wow. Seems a little crazy.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Is it Jeremy?
Said you.
And that would make sense, right? That's it.
Good morning. Season's greeting.
Yeah.
All right, are you ready?
Yeah, we're ready to proceed, Judge.
All right, Mr. Strachan, if you can come back, please. All right, so Mr. Strachan, did you have a chance to confer with your attorney? All right, so do you wish to be extended? All right, the court will follow your agreement and extend you for 6 months. We're going to do the UA hotline until further notice. And how much time does he owe for community service hours? Have you done any community service hours?
I have, but it hasn't been documented. I have 25 hours on paper that I haven't shown to my PO.
So 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. The court is not requiring you to get the COVID vaccination, but if you do 40 of those hours to be waived.
Okay.
And I'm going to want at least 4 hours of community service per week. All right, and the DOEP course. Is there anything else you need from the court? All right, you're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Excuse.
Yes. Are we ready on Asia Harrison?
But I don't believe that probation is received the message yet. So, yeah, the probation.
All right, we go, you want to go forward without it?
Fine with me.
All right. Court is calling 2019 CR 3014 State of Texas versus Asia Harrison. Can I have parties approach and announce for the record for the state?
Eric Reynolds for the defense.
And are you Miss Harrison? And for the state? Early termination?
Family or CP?
No, these were two girlfriends arguing over defendant. And one beating them up over this guy who I think is the best guy on the planet. So it's not family violence.
Oh, okay. State, Oscar Salinas.
All right, defense has filed a motion for early termination. Any objections from the state?
It is 7:01.
Oh,
There we go.
well, it's 7:01, but it was involving two girlfriends. Two girlfriends of a defendant.
I think because they share a comment, right?
It's, yeah, I think it's technically all.
Okay.
Good.
And then after we do this, we'll take up the immigration one with the interpreter on Leonardo Rosales.
Yeah, that might just be a.
Okay, I still need the interpreter.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that the defendant has completed all her conditions of probation.
Yes.
I haven't been able to speak with the complainant about it, but looking at our previous notes, it looks like when we offered probation, she was ultimately good with it. And so based on her completing everything, no allegations of anything new happening.
Well, I need someone to explain to me why I should grant early termination when, from what I read in the police reports that's in the stipulations, that these were, she was the ex-girlfriend, or who knows, maybe there was some overlapping new girlfriend. They're conversing with each other over social media. The complainant blocks her. The complainant goes out to a restaurant with her friends, and the defendant and her friends show up at a parking lot somewhere. And you have these grown women attacking the complainant over some guy
That's correct, Judge.
who may not want either of them.
That's correct.
And
Judge.
she was left, and the complainant was left bloodied in the parking lot. So I don't know why I should grant early term.
Judge, we certainly understand. I was retained on this case originally back in 2019. So Ms. Harrison and I have went over the discovery. We understand that it was very serious. At the time of the offense, my client was in the military here in San Antonio, and she was discharged from the military because of this. She was granted 6 years deferred adjudication back in September of 19. She's been on this deferred for over 3 years now. Although it's very serious, Judge, we'd like to point out that she's had no violations. She's completed her probation. She's continued working at BAMC, which she was doing prior to her release from the military. So she has gone through the BAMC system and has been there working for about 5 years now, and has recently been promoted to the microbiology unit of their BAMC hospital. Judge, so we are asking the court to consider this. We know that it's a very serious offense. She did just buy a new house in Comal County. She's looking to either rent that house out or move into that house, depending on what happens today. I believe her ultimate goal is to be a traveling med tech and move back to Florida where her family's at. She's got no family here in Texas. She's been longing to go back to Florida and get this probation done.
All right, State.
Judge, I understand that she's completed all her probation, but obviously this is a serious case. He's done essentially the bare minimum to amount of time essentially to get this done, being half the term, with this being a 3G offense. I'm not inclined to agree based on looking at a review of the photographs, as well as looking at the fact that apparently this occurred in front of the complainant's daughter as well. And so at this point, I think just for the safety of the victim or the continued safety of the victim, we can't be in agreement to the motion.
All right, if she wants to transfer to Florida, the court will alter the main conditions for her to transfer to Florida. And once she's transferred to Florida, then the court will reconsider, but for now it's denied.
And Judge, she did want me to visit on this topic, since if it did get denied, that she did buy that house in Comal I did tell her to update the probation department. Will she be allowed to live in Comal County while she's on this probation?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, defendant may reside in Comal County. And probation, does it need to be transferred to Comal County or no?
No, Your Honor.
So she's allowed to reside in Comal County.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
And just for the record, probation informed me that her last UA was positive. For marijuana, I know, and I think the defense is aware and the court's aware of the issues with the UAs as it relates to probation. And so just informing the court as the probation officer.
All right,
just
you
informed
can't
me.
come to the court asking for early termination with dirty hands. Right? And dirty hands is you're violating your probation. Marijuana is not allowed in Texas. I know other states, allow people to have marijuana, and marijuana is legal, but it's not legal in Texas. And while you're on probation, you're not allowed to use marijuana. Do you understand? When's the last time you used? All right. So let's do a UA and make sure she's tested for levels. So that needs to be going down. You understand? Probation, is there anything else she needs? All right, is there anything else you need from the court? All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Yes. All right, who are the parties on Leonardo Rosales? Norma, he has several cases where he's filed motions to withdraw. Okay, thank you. Leonardo Rosales. Good morning.
I've been retained on the other case, Your Honor, the family violence, and I've just been granted access to the evidence on. Wow, we just got it. I believe there's a record, there's a right that has been made on the.
I'm sorry, what?
There's a recommendation made by the city. I just saw it.
Okay. Let me find him on our docket. There he is. All right, so my understanding, he doesn't need an immigration attorney because you all are handling that, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, do you have all of the discovery on each of, on the indecency case?
Yes, Your Honor.
And state, I'm assuming that case will control, is that?
Yes, Judge, and an offer was extended. That resolves all the cases.
Correct.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a plea deadline date in the new year for Mr. Rosales. January, please. All right, your plea deadline date is going to be January 30th. What that means is that the court will not accept any plea bargain agreements after that date. Otherwise, without good cause, otherwise you'll have to enter a plea open to the court. Do you understand? That's yes or no?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form and we'll see you back on January 30th.
Thank you, Judge. Will be excused.
Yes, after the reset.
Of course.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Sure, Judge.
Mr. Schaefer tells me that there's some other cases, but I don't know if it's ready or not.
All right. Oh, yes, he's doing the paperwork.
Okay. Okay.
All right. All right, thank you.
I think he said 3 cases. I don't know if they, the 3. needed interpretation. Okay, all right, I'll be here.
All right, thank you. Let's hear on Daniel Martinez.
I'm here, Your Honor, Mr. Martinez in the box. Two things, Your Honor.
All right, what's happening with this case? Mr. Martinez, come up. All right, so have you conferred with the state?
I have, Your Honor.
What are we doing with this case?
Your Honor, the state's re-reviewing the video in this case due to deposition, Your Honor, and it's an offer one way or the other.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Daniel Martinez, can we call this for the new year in January, please? He's in custody.
I can do the 26th.
All right, we'll come back on January 26th. That will be your plea deadline date.
Your Honor, one other additional matter. My client's been remanded without bond, Your Honor. He missed the court date. It's been 39 days since that time. His mother, who's present in the courtroom, $1,500 bond total charge. They've lost their well, their 80-year-old husband. They have no water. She also is suffering from severe migraines. He has been a major assistant in his home, helping them out. Trying to seek funds now, Judge, to get money to repair the well. Some family sources and the state and the city, whatever.
All right, file a motion and the court will hear it.
Can I write it out by hand, Judge?
Now,
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll do it today.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I'll take care of that.
All right, thank you. Who's here on Pio Quinto Leon? All right, Mr. Leon, if you come forward.
Martinez. This way.
All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 9798, State of Texas versus Pio Quinto Leon. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Michelle Hayden for the state.
Defense.
Winnie McClellan for the defense.
And are you Mr. Leon?
Yes.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Leon, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor, we're proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault, bodily injury, married cohabitating.
All right, you all need to be quiet in the box while we're on the record. Any objections?
No objection.
Mr. Leon, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault, bodily injury, married or cohabitation as a class A misdemeanor? The range of punishment is up to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail and up to a $4,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in, the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Mr. Leon, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, I'm fine.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault, bodily injury, married or cohabitation. Punishment is to be assessed at 1 year in the Bexar County Jail. There's an $800 fine. State recommends community supervision. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as a primary custodial parent? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal. Paragraph, did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. State is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 2 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, 150 hours of community service restitution, no harmful or injurious contact with Adriana Leon in the BIPP course. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, sir.
Then to the lesser included offense, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No comment.
State any evidence?
State offers State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments into evidence.
No objection.
Mr. Leon, I'm showing you what's entitled Wavering Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it? And all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court is going to find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor. We would like to address the fine at the appropriate time.
All right, so let's address the no harmful or injurious contact. I don't think these two people should have contact with each other.
They do have 3 kids together and they've been married and together for 13 years. And
Well, it appears that that marriage is not going well. If people are cheating, allegedly, if people are hitting other people allegedly, then it appears to me that this relationship should be over. And for this to have occurred when the children were there, that's an issue. And so we have children. How old are the children, Mr. Leon?
13, 12, and 11.
All right, so you have a 13, 12, and 11-year-old who sees or hears this altercation between parents. Then the police are called. You're leaving from the police. She's saying she has a bloody nose. then you're trying to take the children with you. And then the police are telling you to stop and you run off with the children. And then you come back and then the children go back in the home and then two other children want to leave with you and not stay with her. And then you have each other speaking ill of each other. It seems like this relationship is over. At least it's going to be over with in the 187 District Court. Now, what y'all do after this probation is over with is completely up to you all, but it appears that this is not a good relationship. So where have you been staying?
I have been with my mother.
All right, probably be best that you continue to do that. And is there a third party that you all can exchange visitation with?
My mother-in-law.
Okay. And I don't have the complainant before me, because otherwise people who want to continue their relationship, I could say, hey, then maybe y'all both should be in counseling before they're spending the night and all of this. But I only have jurisdiction over you. Are you employed?
No.
So how are you supporting yourself?
I have I do painting projects.
All right, you're gonna have to get a job. You're supporting three
Yeah,
children.
I had a job as an operations manager, but because of this, I went to jail and I lost my job.
All right, so you're gonna have to find a regular job because you have children to support, okay? How often do you see your children?
I haven't seen them since that incident.
Okay. All right, the court is gonna follow your agreement. There's an $800 fine that will be probated. Proof of employment within 30 days. And there's a lot of seasonal employment that's available now. There's to be no employment as a home healthcare provider with minors. I'll send you to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail, suspended and probated for 2 years. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. 150 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. The court is not requiring you to do that, but if you do with booster, 40 of those hours will be waived. There's going to be parenting classes with Triple T. Once that's completed, the remaining of your community service hours will be waived. There's to be no contact with Adriana, Adriana, Leon. The BIPP course. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. There'll be 1 field visit per month. Probation, if you want to count that field visit as reporting, you can. And there's to be regular UAs. If you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be? And you need to be honest with me.
Clean.
When's the last time you used?
I don't use drugs or alcohol.
Well, what was this marijuana that's in the police report?
She came to the house with like a little bag of marijuana, and that's what the argument about that I told her that when we were arguing, the kids were in school during that time. They were not present.
Well, no, I mean, the argument wasn't about marijuana because.
No, because I found her cheating with a man. Supposedly she said she was working, and I happened to be early home and I saw her with a man coming out of a storage, and that was the agreement. What I saw, and I told her, you know, I'm just gonna go home and I'm gonna whip my kids and I'm gonna tell them I'm leaving home peacefully. There was no fighting.
Okay. All right, we'll do regular UAs. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
No, Your Honor.
Is there anything else you need from the court? All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, I understand.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
All right, because this is an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
All right, good luck to you. Make better choices, okay? All right, who are the parties on Antonio Flores? Where's the, Mr. Schaefer on Flores? And Mr. Cox, who is your client?
You want to take care of that other.
Mr. Cox, who is your client?
Mr. Harris.
All right. State, if you can confer with Mr. Cox. Mr. Cox, I'll put you in the waiting room.
Thank you, Judge.
And a prosecutor will get in touch with you by phone.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 9348, State of Texas versus Antonio Guillermo Flores. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Michael Villarreal for the state.
Defense?
George Schaefer, the defendant, Your Honor.
And are you Mr. Flores?
Yes.
All right, so here's the thing. I don't know a lot of Spanish, but I know you don't say yes in Spanish. It's sí. So either we're going to use the interpreter or we're not using the interpreter. Do you understand?
Yes.
So do you need the interpreter?
Yes.
All right. Can I have the interpreter? If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm that you will faithfully translate from English into Spanish and Spanish into English, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand. And if you could state your name for the record.
Flavia Valle, license 314.
All right, counsel. All of the documents are in English. Do you speak Spanish fluently?
I do.
And were you able to go over these documents with your client in Spanish?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Flores, was your attorney able to go over these documents with you in Spanish?
Yes.
And did you understand all of the documents?
Yes.
All right, counsel, did you review all the discovery in this case with your client, and have you received all the discovery from the state?
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Flores, did you review and sign a document entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision?
Yes.
And did you understand that document?
Yes.
All right, did you review a document with your attorney entitled True Bill of Indictment, and did you understand it?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Flores, did you review a document with your attorney entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions? Did you understand it, and did you sign it at all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Did you understand you're charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon? That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes.
If you had a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial? A right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
He is competent and was sane at the time of the alleged offense mission.
Mr. Flores, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No. No.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No,
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
yes,
Are you a U.S. citizen?
no,
Counsel, have you or has an immigration attorney advised your client on the consequences of entering into a plea of no contest or guilty in the application of federal immigration law?
Yes, Your Honor, I have received a Padilla letter from Ms. May, who did the interview with him.
All right. And do you believe he understands the consequences as it relates to his immigration status and entering a plea agreement in this case?
I do, Your Honor. I believe he understands that he is likely to be turned over to immigration, and there are consequences negative to him. He may be charged with illegal entry, he may be deported, he will be denied any access otherwise, registration or attempt to register.
All right. Mr. Flores, did your attorney advise you of the consequences of pleading no contest or guilty in the application of federal immigration law?
yes,
Did that advice include possible consequences such as deportation, exclusion from admission to the United States, or the denial of naturalization?
yes,
Do you understand the immigration consequences of entering a plea in this case?
yes,
All right, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
yes,
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 5 years in the prison. The state is silent. There's a $1,500 fine. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon, affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with Criselda Estrada upon confirmation with Criselda Estrada. That's CHRISELDA. Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
yes,
Did you understand with an affirmative finding, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Petition, please.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
Yes,
Did you understand that to be the plea bargain agreement?
yes,
Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
yes,
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
yes,
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
no contest.
State any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, state up for State's Exhibit number 1 and its attachments.
No objections, Your Honor.
Mr. Flores, did you review a document with your attorney entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes,
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and a right to remain silent?
yes,
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
yes,
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. The court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
yes,
After reviewing state's exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty.
We're applying for.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is correct. The court will defer finding of guilt as you applied for deferred adjudication. Ms. Ferguson, I need a date.
Sorry, Your Honor, but
That's okay. No.
We can come back on the 26th, Jeff.
All right, we'll be back on January 26th at 9 a.m. At that time, I'll make a decision on your application based upon the PSI report that I receive and any other evidence that's submitted.
Judge, with respect to the plea agreement, I know it talks about no contact at all. The complainant in this case is his wife. They're the parents of 3 children. The state has not been able to contact the complainant, but it is believed that between now and then they will contact her, and we may ask for no harmful or injurious contact at that time.
Okay, and the court will consider it. And the court noted that as a part of your plea bargain agreement, that's one element of the agreement that both parties agree that if the complainant wants contact, then the court will hear that and make a decision on whether or not to have no contact or no harmful or injurious contact.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd just rather put that on the record.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else?
That now, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Reach out specifically to the family.
All right, who's here on Jorge Diaz?
I am, Your Honor. Okay, yes.
This is a.
All right, thank you. And State, you actually have the CPS records in your possession?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so, and we're not on record. So where are we on the case with Mr. Diaz?
Judge, this is the first day he's been set for court. The state has indicated there are CPS records. He's going to provide an order to the court.
And I've signed it.
And there's also a child safe interview. And we're waiting for polygraph results from.
I gave you those today.
Well, he gave me the written report, yes.
Yeah. So I just got the written report today on the polygraph. The issue is that right now we don't have the child safe interview. The report indicates that there is one. I've reached out to the detective today to have him provide a copy to us as soon as possible. But other than that, it appears that all the other discovery is in place.
All right, so we just need the discovery on the child safe. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 30-day reset for discovery on Mr. Diaz.
I can do the 27th.
All right, we'll come back. Is that? the-
26, since it's the same day.
All right, so we'll be back on the 26th for discovery. Is your client a citizen or no?
No, my client is not a citizen. He's a US resident alien. So there could be immigration consequences, and we'd ask the court to appoint someone to do the ICE interview.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you get an immigration attorney for Mr. Diaz?
Judge, there's also on his case a bond in the amount of $250,000, which was apparently recommended by the grand jury at the time they indicted him.
Mhm.
I will file a motion requesting that we reconsider the amount of bond and maybe ask for a reduction.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So looking at the
Okay. Brenda, do you see what page, Jorge Diaz is on? 14, okay. Who's here? Crystal Castro, if you can come forward. All right, my understanding is your client has hired an attorney.
We're supposed to hire Charles Bunk. She's been in contact with his office this morning. We have court on Friday. And we asked her when she's gonna hire Mr. Bunk. She said, I'm gonna call him that day. He wasn't in the office that day.
All right, is that a belt you have on?
No, ma'am, this is for my pants.
Oh, okay.
And so she's been in contact with her office, his office this morning, Judge. He's in a Zoom meeting. And we can need a additional time so that you can hire Mr. Bunk.
All right, Norma, recall this on January 9th, January 12th. Okay. All right, we'll be back on January 12th.
Thank you,
Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
Thank you, Judge. And happy holidays, Your Honor.
Oh, happy holidays to you too. Who's here on Sergio Garcia?
Good morning, Judge. Frankie Sandoval on behalf of Mr. Garcia.
Good morning. All right, so you filed a motion to withdraw.
Yes, Your Honor, on both cases, but prior to that, Your Honor, I was asked the court to entertain our motion to modify or.
Well, we're gonna hear the motion to withdraw first.
Your Honor, the only reason I asked the court to take that indulgence is because part of the reasons for the motion to withdraw. If I am permitted to withdraw, then there will be a delay in the motion to modify or
Well,
redefine conditions.
I understand what you're saying, but you're going forward with the motion to withdraw either way. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we're going to take up this motion to withdraw.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Court is calling 2022 CR 9291 and 2022 CR 9433, State of Texas versus Sergio Garcia. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Oscar Salinas.
Defense?
Your Honor, good morning. Frankie Sandoval on behalf of Mr. Garcia.
And are you Mr. Garcia?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, your attorney has filed a motion to withdraw in each of these cause numbers. Did you have a chance to review that document with your attorney?
Not at this time.
All right, well, sit over there. He'll review it with you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, if I made this for the record, we have discussed the line by line motion withdrawal, but we haven't discussed.
All right.
So,
We're still on the record. So you understand that your attorney wants to withdraw. Do you understand that?
Correct. Yeah,
Any objection?
it's just, it's just, I mean, I have nothing.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to withdraw. Do you have any objection with that?
I just would like for him to actually help me out, get me out of this. I mean,
All right, here's the thing about that, and let me explain something to you. I've been a defense attorney. I've been a prosecutor. When people are at the Bexar County Jail, they want that problem solved yesterday, right?
Correct.
And sometimes the state will make an offer to somebody. That person won't agree with that offer. They get upset with the attorney. But here's the thing, in this court, I require the state to tender an offer. You may think the offer is ridiculous. You may say, I can't believe they would be offering me that. And then your decision is either to accept the offer or reject the offer, or you can tell your attorney, I won't take this, but I'll take that. And then they can tender that to the state, and then the state may think it's ridiculous or may say, we're not accepting that. We'll only offer this. At the end of the day, sometimes that is not your attorney's fault. It's just, this is what the state is offering. This is what I'm giving to you. It even goes the same with bond reduction. Sometimes the state is not in agreement to someone getting their bond to reduce to what they want to. And sometimes the anger is misplaced. Sometimes things are misfocused. because an attorney can't write your story. Your story is your story. The police report is the police report. If, as my friend, Mr. Cox always says, if everybody could write their own police report and write their own facts, guess what? Everybody would get a not guilty verdict. Everybody would get their bond reduced. Nobody would have a charge because you would be able to write your own report. But that's not the way life works. So there's some issues between you and Mr. Sandoval. I don't know what those issues are, but he's filed a motion to withdraw, and I'm inclined to grant his motion to withdraw.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm inclined to grant his motion to withdraw. All right. Mr. Sandoval, were you appointed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. State, you have any objections to the motion to withdraw?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas. No, I don't have any objections.
All right, then the motion to withdraw will be granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Your excuse. Mr. Garcia, do you need to have another attorney appointed to represent you, or are you going to hire an attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
You need
As far
one
as right
appointed?
now, yes, I would need a.
Court appointed?
court appointed.
All right, we're going to see who's coming up on the list. Just have a seat, okay?
May I ask one question?
Sure.
A file for the reduction and
Just 1 second. Just have a seat. We're going to handle this. Ms. Ferguson? Here. Yes.
I got an offer from the state. There's still discovery I have to go through. Can we reset and
Oh, just 1 moment. You'll have to have the file pulled. Yeah. All right, who's here on Jesus Solis?
that's me, Judge.
All right, where's your client?
He is in the box, Judge.
Come forward.
So we approached earlier, Judge.
Mhm.
There was a case that was not on the docket today. but
Yes.
It's here now.
Mhm.
We've reviewed it. The state has made an offer. My client's gonna consider the offer. I need time to think about it too, because I don't have the discovery on everything. So I need to go through it, look at what videos, if any, there are. And that way I can advise my client better as to, whether he should accept or not accept. And he has to tell me what he thinks.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can we have a 30-day reset for discovery? 26. All right, we'll come back on January 26th.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Oh, Judge, could we revisit the bond issue? Could we maybe double the bond on the remanded without bond case?
Is he remanded because he didn't appear for court?
He had missed court once.
You have to file a motion and the court will consider it.
I will do that, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And state, don't forget about Mr. Cox. He's waiting for a phone call.
Oh, I thought it was family. Sorry.
No. Yes, and is it family violence?
No.
Oh, yes, it's CTD.
Oh,
Yes, do y'all have his number?
no, I don't.
Here's his number.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Ms. Ferguson, did you take care of Sergio Garcia? He's the one who's waiting for an attorney. Who's here on Raymond Cavazos? And if Raymond Cavazos can come forward. All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 10647 and 2022 CR 10648, State of Texas versus Raymond Cavazos. I'm gonna need people in the box to be quiet. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense. And are you Mr. Cavazos? Counsel, in each of these cause numbers, did you receive and review all the discovery with your client?
I have your honor.
All right, you all need to be quiet in the box. We're on the record. In each of the cause numbers, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Cavazos, in each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, your honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented in each cause number?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Cavazos, in each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them? And did you sign them in all the appropriate places? And cause number 2022 CR 10647, you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, 4 grams to 200 grams. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. And cause number 2022 CR 10648, you're charged with the offense of forgery or counterfeit money as a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand? And each of the cause numbers, if you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, just 1 second, there is to be no talking in the box. We're on the record. Is that understood? All right, in each of the cause numbers, if you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court doesn't have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? We're off the record. The reason why there's to be no talking in the box, because I think communication is key, is because when we're on the record, the court reporter who's right there is taking down everything that everyone is saying. And if you can imagine when she's trying to listen to what we're saying and then she hears the conversation behind her, it makes her job more difficult. So I try to make everybody's job as easy as possible. And that's one way to make her job easier if there's no talking in the box while we're on the record, okay? All right, thank you. All right. And each of the cause numbers, did you understand that you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call them the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights? Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in each one of these cause numbers? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
In my opinion, he does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
In my opinion, he does.
Mr. Cavazos, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter these pleas? Has anyone promised you anything other than the pleas? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen? In each of the cause numbers, the court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain agreement, did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea bargain agreement, punishments be assessed at 3 years in the prison in each cause number. There's a $1,000 fine. Each cause numbers will run concurrent, and the state will take in consideration 2022 CR 10649, 2022 CR 11027, 2022 CR 11085, 2022 CR 11028. That's what that looks like.
Yes, Judge, today.
2022 CR 10649, 2022 CR 11027, and 2022 CR 1078. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Judge, it should be four dismissals. I think what you're reading, Judge, is the restitution.
Thank you.
Right, that's.
All right, so also as a part of the plea bargain agreement, there's restitution and cause number 2022 CR 10649, 2022 CR 11027, and 2022 CR 10785. And so the record is clear. The cases that will be taken in consideration are 2022 CR 10649, 2022 CR 11027, 2022 CR 10785, and 2022 CR 11028. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Judge.
In each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, have there been any such motions?
There were motions filed and then that needed to be ruled upon.
And cause number 2022 CR 10647, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? And in cause number 2022 CR 10648, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence.
Yes, Judge. In both cases, state offers what's marked as State's Exhibit 1 as attachments into evidence.
Object, Your Honor.
In each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them? Did you sign them in all the appropriate places? I'm sorry?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? In each of the cause numbers, the court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments or review the same. All right, in each of the cause numbers, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. And in each of the cause numbers, the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Judge, Mr. Cavazos is anxious to get this behind him and then hopefully come out. I think he's kind of feels it. He's getting to the point at his age, he just needs to come back out and lead a straight and narrow life. It just, we've talked and he's kind of feels it. If it's at his age, he just needs not to get into any more trouble. He stayed away from trouble for a good 10, 15 years. And then this things cropped up.
All right, in cause number 2022 CR 10647, court will find you guilty, sentence you to 3 years in the prison. There's $1,000 fine, time and money to run concurrent, give you credit for any time served. This will run concurrent with 2022 CR 10648. There's to be restitution in 2022 CR 11027, 2022 CR 10785, and 2022 CR 10649. Take in consideration 2022 CR 10649, 11027, 10785, and 11028.
I have them here, Judge.
All right, thank you. And in cause number 2022 CR 10648, as previously stated, the court is finding you guilty, sentence you to 3 years in the prison, $1,000 fine, time and money to run concurrent, give you credit for any time served. This will run concurrent with 2022 CR 10647. Take in consideration 2022 CR 10649, 11027, 110-875, 11028. There's to be restitution in the following cause numbers: 2022 CR 10649, 2022 CR 11027, and 2022 CR 10785. Is there anything else from either side with regards to sentencing?
No, Judge, not from the state.
Nothing from the defendant, Your Honor.
And each of the cause numbers, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed. Oh, these are his copies. That's okay. The only items that. I'm sorry, Brenda, it's long, right? All right, did you?
Originals here.
No, I have the originals.
Sure.
Yes.
Blue ink.
Let me see.
You can do.
Oh, no, these are copies. I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them and did you sign them? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? Because this is a felony conviction in each of these cause numbers, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. Good luck to you. How old are you? Next month? Well, I mean, the decision is yours, whether or not you want to spend your time in and out of the prison, okay? All right, good luck to you.
Yeah, no.
I saw sort of from there and it's to remind me, I need to tell them.
I want to take pictures of these.
You want to take a picture?
Yes, for my Instagram account.
Oh, you're gonna take your picture? I will if you want me to.
You have to see how many people do. Right up. Okay. Oscar. Well, this event is not. Got four dismissals day and kind of 180. And I'm sorry, I try to keep it as well as when I was with you.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, who's here on Granados Pena? All right, I'm gonna need everyone to be quiet. We're going on the record. Court is calling 2022 CR 7367, State of Texas versus Daniel Granados Pena. If I could have parties announced for the record for the state,
Oscar Salinas.
for the defense.
George Schaefer for defendant.
And are you Mr. Granados Pena?
Yes.
All right, we have an interpreter here. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear affirm that you will faithfully translate from English into Spanish and Spanish into English, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, all of the documents that I'm going to review with your client are in English. Did you review those with him in Spanish?
Did, Your Honor.
And do you speak Spanish fluently?
I do, Your Honor.
And do you believe he understands these documents?
I believe he does.
All right, Mr. Pena. And I'm sorry, to the interpreter, if you can state your name for the record.
Flavia Valle, license 314.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pena, were all of these documents reviewed with you in Spanish?
Yes.
And did you understand them?
Yes.
All right, counsel, did you receive all the discovery from the state and did you review it with your client?
I did, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Pena, did you review a document entitled True Bill of Indictment with your attorney and did you understand it?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We're only proceeding on count 1 and count 2 of the multi-count indictment. And waiving and abandoning the other counts.
Count 3?
Count 3, yes, Judge.
We have no objection to the state's motion, Your Honor.
All right, and count 1 and count 2 are both third degrees?
No, Your
I
Honor.
think they're felony stars, Judge.
Yes.
So I think functionally a third degree, yes.
Okay. Let me just make sure. If both parties, so that the paperwork is clear on the offense section, if you could make sure you write in there count 1 and count 2, so he'll know that it's for both counts and not just the one.
Okay.
And if you guys could initial that, please. Thank you. All right, Mr. Pena, did you review the document entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Did you understand in count 1 and count 2, you're charged with the offense of failure to stop and render aid in a moving vehicle? The range of punishment for that offense is anywhere from 1 to 5 years in the prison with a possible fine up to $500. Did you understand?
Yes. About. You meant 5, less than 5?
It's anywhere from 1 to 5 years in prison.
I'm going there?
No, está explicando si entiendes cuál es el castigo permisible bajo la ley de este estado. De 1 a 5 años. ¿Entiendes que ese es el castigo que la ley permite? Lo que yo te dije esa parte, eso es lo que dice la ley. ¿Entiendes eso?
Yes.
All right. So did you understand that the range of punishment is anywhere from 1 to 5 years in prison and up to a $5,000 fine?
Yes.
Right. If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
He is, Your Honor.
Mr. Pena, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
No.
Counsel, has your client had an immigration attorney?
He has, Your Honor. We received a written notification from Teresa Coles Davila explaining his immigration consequences to him.
All right, and do you believe he understands those consequences as they relate to his immigration status and entering into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
If he does, Your Honor, I believe the client understands that he could be deported, he could be denied any access to other applications.
All right, Mr. Pena, were you advised of your consequences of pleading no contest or guilty in the application of immigration law?
Yes.
Did that advice include possible consequences such as deportation, exclusion from admission to the United States, or the denial of naturalization?
Yes.
And do you understand the consequences of entering into a plea bargain agreement in this case as it relates to your immigration status?
What did you say?
Do you understand the consequences of entering into a plea bargain agreement in this case as it relates to your immigration status?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is proceeding on counts 1 and 2. They're asking that your punishment be assessed at 2 years in the prison. They will take in consideration 2022 CR 7368. There's to be restitution to Elivia, Elivia, Marie Ochoa Cano, Antonio Bustamante, Ruby Ochoa Cano, and Fabian Franco. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Judge. An additional thing that we discussed is that the defendant has a pending misdemeanor case, which is the misdemeanor DWI. I think that'll be resolved at a later date.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So is that something that's supposed to be in the plea bargain paperwork or no?
It'll run concurrent anytime, but I
Not really, Your Honor, because that's separate offense, separate court, and
Okay. All right. Mr. Pena, did you review the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
But this, the thing about my attorney said that they were going to remove that case.
All right. Do you have any questions, Mr. Pena?
Fine then.
All right. So did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pre-trial
About what?
motion. Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pre-trial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
no, Your Honor.
Then to count one, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
To count two, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State, do you have any evidence to support the defendant's plea?
Yes, Judge. State offers what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. It's attachments, it's evidence.
We have no objections, Your Honor. The state is fully complied with providing discovery in this matter.
Mr. Pena, did you review the document entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statement and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments. Court has reviewed the same. The court will find the defendant guilty in count 1 and count 2. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Judge, the pending matter he has is the DWI that was part of this transaction. He understands that's a separate court and will be charged by that court. We would ask the court to give him credit for all the time he has served on this case.
All right. The court will sentence you to 2 years in count 1 and count 2. Count 1 and count 2 will run concurrently. Court will give you credit for any time served. Taking consideration 2022 CR 7368. There's to be restitution, if any, to Elavia Marie Ochoa Cano, Antonio Bustamante, Ruby Ochoa Cano, and Fabian Franco. Is there anything else from either side with regards to sentencing?
Your Honor.
No.
All right. Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck to you. Thank you.
May I be excused, Judge?
You may be excused. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, Judge.
All right, the person, Mr. Cox.
Oh. Judge, I spoke to him.
Okay. All right, could I have Mr. Harris come forward?
I forgot.
All right, so we were here for the state to make an offer.
Yes, Judge, and I have not reviewed that case. I spoke to Mr. Cox, but it seems like they're, based on my communication, Mr. Cox, he had spoken to Groomer and Mr. Sanders. Looks like they were looking into some records into Center for Healthcare Services.
No, it was just to make,
Right, and I think based on those records, it's like they're determined to make offer. At least that's what I'm getting from my conversation with Mr. Cox that I had a little while ago. Obviously, I'm not in the position to make him an adequate offer because I wouldn't be able to go through the file on that.
all right, Ms. Ferguson, can you put Mr. Harris at the end of the month, next month, please?
Mr. Harris? Yes. I can do.
All right, we're going to come back on February 3rd. And thank you. You're always dressed appropriate for court. I appreciate that. Ms. Ferguson is going to give you a reset date for February 3rd, okay? And then you're excused. Thank you for your patience.
You have a key, I'll call you up.
And Ms. Ferguson, that will be for the state to make an offer. Who's here on Derezowski?
I have, Your Honor, Mr. Derezowski's on bond, ready for sentencing, Your Honor. And please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lupe, this goes with Mr. Pena. You ready, Brenda?
Yeah.
Court is calling 2022 CR 7972, State of Texas versus John Dwayne Derezowski. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense.
On behalf of Mr. Derezowski is present on bond.
All right, are you Mr. Derezowski? All right, counsel, I'm showing you discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
I haven't, I did, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Derezowski, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Derezowski, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Did you understand that your charge is possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, less than 1 gram? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand? If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Believe he does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Believe that he was and is, Your Honor.
All right, off the record for a moment. So, Mr. Bartlemy,
Yes, ma'am.
this shouldn't have been scratched through. The mens rea. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, Judge. I went too far there, Judge.
That's okay. I always know when it's your plea because there's a lot of writing on every single page.
For everybody for 40 years.
Yes.
want me to have my client acknowledge it?
Yes.
Judge?
All right, you're welcome. Mr. Darren Zowski, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 17 days in the Bexar County Jail under 12.42. I'm sorry, under 12.44 the penal code. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor, no ruling.
Then to the offense is charged in the indictment. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence?
State offers State Exhibit 1 in all attachments.
We reviewed the same, Your Honor. We have no objection.
Mr. Darren Zowski, I'm showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same, and the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
We are, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, I'd like the court to follow a state plea bargain. This particular case, Judge, I've counseled long and hard with my client about the situation, and I'm fairly confident that will not be happening.
All right, and does he have enough credit?
He does, Your Honor.
All right, the court will follow your agreement, find you guilty, sentence you to 17 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244, give you credit for any time served, and the court will show that the judgment is satisfied. Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, good luck to you. Thank you for dressing appropriately for court. We can go off the record. Mr. Darren Zowski.
Ma'am. Sir. Yes, ma'am.
I hope you've learned your lesson. Oh, no, behind the line. We're all trying to get home safely, right? Without any COVID or anything. So here's the thing. If you have a drug or alcohol problem, there are so many free places for you. If you continue on the way you're going, who knows what may happen? You may end up with a bad batch, because guess what? There's no FDA approval for the street drugs. You understand? All right, good luck to you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Merry
Butler.
Christmas, Your Honor.
Merry Christmas to
Thank
you
court.
too.
Thank you, Dave. Happy holidays, y'all. Thank you.
All right, who's here on Ignacio Carrion?
I am, Your
Come forward. What's happening with this possession less than a gram case?
If he plays to the theft case and misdemeanor court, I'm gonna reject his.
All right, when is that going to be done?
Tomorrow.
All right. We're going to recall this back tomorrow. And if they've completed everything, then we will not be here. All right, thank you. You're excused.
It's gonna be by Zoom in County Court 13.
Okay, all right, thank you. Sergio Garcia.
You appointed me to that.
Okay.
I'm taking care of that. We've already sent him back. I'll Zoom with you tomorrow.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ferguson, can we have a reset date for Mr. Garcia in the new year? And of course, if you want it brought back sooner, you can.
Okay, that's fine.
February 6th.
All right. All right, we'll come back on February 6th.
That's fine.
Thank you. All right, who's here on Juan Reyes?
I think it's supposed to be Eduardo Reyes, right?
I'm sorry, who?
Eduardo Reyes.
No, it's Julian Reyes.
Okay. That one, Judge, that one is mine. He has two cases. Mr. Tochi's on one case. I am on the other case. Mr. Tochi has conferred with me previously and told me that his is going to be a plea and mine is going to be a dismissal.
Okay.
So we're just waiting for Mr. Tochi as far as I can tell.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, what date are we coming back on Mr. Reyes for a plea? January 13th?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll be back on January 13th on that for a plea.
Okay, good.
And can you let him know that's at his attorney's request?
He's not here.
All right, Mr. Reyes, we're going to bring you back on January 13th at your attorney's request, okay? All right, who's here? Malik Baloo?
That is fine. Trifecta of the day, and
We confer, Judge.
we are actively conferring.
I love the pen.
The state just wants to check with their complaining witnesses. So we just need a short reset date, I think.
I suspect it's gonna get resolved at the next setting for sure.
All right, what date are you all asking for?
Whatever normal. Like,
Well, I mean, it's what,
January 13th, since we have to come back in.
Yeah, that'll
all right,
work for me.
January 13th.
Awesome. Thank you.
Is that Jordan Brown? Oh, great. I just want to let you all know that Jordan Brown is my mom's favorite prosecutor. I'm sorry, everyone.
It's
It's not true.
No.
It's not true.
My mom is always like, where's Jordan?
Just wait till I leave.
I thought Hunter was your favorite.
Oh, no, I mean, Hunter is like, just like off the plane. Like everyone else, Hunter is like up here and everyone else just is below. Elisa Herrera. Who's here for Elisa Herrera? Okay.
I have to stick you on there.
No, is this person in federal custody?
No. Did I give it to Luke? Didn't I give you the sticky?
Oh, December 20th?
He is. Oh, yes.
Okay. All right, we'll recall that on December 20th. All right, everyone, Elisa Herrera is going to be called on the 20th.
Okay, I can't handle that. You'll
Who's here on Eduardo Reyes?
Hey, Judge.
Yes, what is happening with Mr. Reyes?
An attorney, because he doesn't understand me. I'm a US citizen.
Okay.
I don't know what that means, but yeah.
Oh, come on down, Mr. Eduardo Reyes.
I need another attorney. man.
Don't come down. All right, Mr. Reyes, are you able to understand me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So there's no language barrier between you and your attorney, is there?
Need another attorney, please.
All right. No, here's the thing.
Someone who's gonna understand, 'cause I didn't do anything wrong.
Well, no. Let me explain to you. And I want you to internalize what I'm saying, okay?
I just need a reset.
No. I want you to hear me out.
Time served.
Hear me out. Listen. Okay? I've been a defense attorney. I've been a prosecutor. And this court, listen, be quiet and listen. Because if you don't listen, you're going to miss something. I require in this court that the state make an offer. Legally and ethically, once an offer has been made, your attorney must give you that offer. Whether or not you want to accept that offer or not is completely up to you. But your attorney has to present that offer to you. If you choose not to accept it, you can tell your attorney, no, I will not accept this offer, but ask the state to give me this. And then your attorney, which is called a counter offer. Then your attorney will go to the state and say, hey, my client said they'll accept this. And the state may say, well, we're not giving that. So your attorney cannot force the state to give you something that you want. So ultimately, if you decide not to accept the state's offer, if the state doesn't decide to dismiss this case, your only other option in this court is going to be that it's going for jury trial. So counsel, have you received all the discovery in each of these cases?
We have the discovery judge. The only thing we do not have is an offer because Marcus was on charge of the case. We were here last week. He was gonna contact the complainant with this. And I don't think that contact has been made. And so because he's a habitual, we really want to talk to the complainant witness and see if we can get this resolved.
All right, so Ms. Ferguson, on Mr. Reyes, can we set this for either the 3rd or 4th week in January, and states you'll need to be prepared to tender an offer by that time?
Yes, Judge. So I checked in our system and that's correct. There's not been contact made with the complainant and he is a habitual offender.
All right. So what date, Ms. Ferguson?
The 27th.
All right, so we're going to come back on January 27th at 9 a.m. And at that time, the state will make an offer. And you can either accept the offer or reject it. Now, what I can tell you is the state hasn't proved that this is habitual or not, but based upon what you're charged with and based upon my education, if the state were to prove up the habitual, your minimum sentence is 25 years in the prison. So no. Here's the thing. I'm not getting into facts with you. I'm just telling you what I see. Now, I'm not accepting any of this as true because I haven't received any facts of the case. So, and I'm letting you know that because when you come to me and say, I want a judgment satisfied, I'm not allowed to know what your plea negotiation is. So when you ask for a judgment satisfied, I just want to let you know that if everything is proven, your minimum is 25 years. So you're talking judgment satisfied and minimum is 25 years. So there you go. We're going to come back on January 27th at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge. Maybe excuse.
Yes. Mr. Cox? Oh, thank you. You have a Merry Christmas as well. All right, Pedro Martinez, everyone, he's going to be recalled for December 20th.
I guess there's a stay in Fair County Jail for 25 years and then I could chase that one. Or actually 12 and a half, right?
All right, that is done. And then Jalen Collins. We're going to recall it for December 20th.
Just the last plea.
Good job, Oscar.
Thanks. Everyone compliment. No.
Good job, Daniel.
No, 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 no. He's complimenting me, so.
Is that our last case?
Daniel's been working hard.
See, Oscar needs like every
He was the
drawing to
lone
be
man.
greased.
No, is that our last case? That's what I'm
Yeah,
asking.
just the-
I'm assuming that's good.
Well, I mean, do you have any other
Amen.
files left?
Got some files in the box.
Then it's not our last case. Let me see what
Yeah,
the
I
other
have-
files are.
Congratulations for printing plea paperwork.
Oh, yeah, it was tough. It was tough. But when they said you really need to hold this guy's hand, I was like, oh man, this is could be a tough assignment.
Ms. Ferguson, we still have cases pending.
He survived.
Yeah.
All right, this one, the attorney didn't show it's their motion, so.
Oh, is that Manuel Rodriguez? I just did
Yes.
Nothing.
I was really.
So that didn't show. Oh, I'm sorry. Could you hand me that file back on manual so I can put it in the thing that the defense attorney, yes. And Norman said this is supposed to be set on the 20th, I mean, on a different day.
Oh, that's for tomorrow.
Mhm.
So do you have a lot of them?
Yeah. And Cisneros, he's a fugitive. All right, that's done.
Right, we're done with that one. Okay. I'll get one eventually. They've been occupied. They didn't. I really didn't do anything. I did. I did the mark.
decision, I don't want this back to be.
Norma, on Christopher Garcia, there needs to be another attorney appointed. This will be the second time that attorney has not shown. He's on page 10.
Okay.
So I'll just. Yes.
What date are we recalling that?
I guess we can recall it back tomorrow.
Okay.
That's okay. I don't. I'm not sure exactly what that issue is. I mean, I'll take it. It sounds like it.
And then on Nicole
Yeah.
Casimiro.
Yeah.
I mean, that, recall it for tomorrow. Where's that attorney?
I have no idea. I don't even know if he's still practicing or not. If thought he wasn't. He's fired.
All right, just have that, have Nicole Casimiro come recall her for tomorrow, and we'll take care of that. And can you contact Lance? All right, bye-bye. Hi, it is so good seeing you.
My folks told me she was covering. I go, I'll be up there to help you. I hadn't seen Judge in forever.
Oh my gosh.
I'm like, oh my God, like, how do you do this? I'm not used to it anymore. Running, do it. Yeah, but it's good to see you, Judge.
You
Happy
too.
Holidays.
Oh, happy holidays. Stop by on the 20th.
I will.
Okay.
I will. Okay.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye. All right, and then Norma, we have Jeremy Ray Garcia.
Thank you, my mom's.
All right, are you ready on the plea?
Yeah, I'm prepping it up right now.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye. What is this plea for? Is it for probation?
No application.
Okay.
Put it together.
All right, and then Norma Ubrado Garcia.
I haven't heard from Bob today. Judge, but I can call it tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. All right, are the parties ready on Nathan Chavez?
We are, Judge. And just so the court's aware, I do have to add some to the agreement.
All right, you guys want to do that?
Sure. We can do that real quick.
Sure.
Discuss.
All right, and then on Guillermo Rodriguez.
Just adding the name.
The name and then the dismissal.
Okay.
But I'll be dismissing.
Thank you.
Huh?
Oh, here.
Coming back tomorrow.
Getting out of Dodge, Judge. You're gonna get out of town.
I'm gonna do my best.
That's Just even if you touch the state line, just,
Yeah, there you go. So how's Stephanie?
she's good. Got a couple games, big games this week, Tuesday, and Thursday, so.
I knew when your children were in elementary and now they're adults.
Adults. Anna married. Yes, to a,
You were telling me about that.
yes, so and she just flew out 2 days ago, well, not last week, geez, to Austria for he's playing pro ball, so.
Okay.
She's in Vienna, she's like, it's cold.
Yeah.
Like this 44 here was cold, but like 3-layered.
But see, the good thing about him playing over there is you all have places to visit.
Who are you telling? I'm like, we need to hook it up.
You know what? You should just show up you and Stephanie should just show up at a doorstep and say, we're ready, cook, dinner for us.
Where's the Euro pass?
Yeah.
Where's the?
And I just added it on the robbery case.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, court is calling 2022 CR 9436 and 2022 CR 9704, State of Texas versus Nathan Chavez. Five parties announced for the record for the state. Defense.
Greg Daniel Ray.
All right, and are you Mr. Chavez?
No.
Counsel, in each of the cause numbers, did you receive all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
I did, Judge.
Then in each of the cause numbers, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Chavez, in each of the cause numbers, did you review the documents entitled True Bill of Indictment with your attorney? And did you understand them? Counsel, in each of the cause numbers, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented in each of the cause numbers?
No, on 9704, going only on count 2, waiving abandoned count 1. Count 2 is a robbery.
That's our agreement, Judge.
All right, any objections to the waivers?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Chavez, in each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled court's admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them? And did you sign them in all the appropriate places? And cause number 2022 CR 9436. You're charged with the offense of unauthorized use of a vehicle. That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. And cause number 2022 CR 9704, the state is proceeding on count 2, which is a robbery. That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand? If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand in each of the cause numbers, you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in each of the cause numbers? Counsel, in each of the cause numbers, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Judge.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I believe so.
Mr. Chavez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter these pleas?
Amen.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
Amen.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Amen.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Amen.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial in each of the cause numbers. And each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled plea bargain agreement. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand?
Amen.
And the cause number ended in 9436. Your punishment is to be assessed at 12 months in the state jail facility. There's a $1,000 fine. State will take in consideration 2022 CR 9704. That shouldn't be
Actually,
there.
concurrent.
Okay. That's okay. I'll change it. Are there any objections to the court changing that?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right.
It's our understanding it would run concurrent.
All right. And so this will run concurrent with 2022 CR 9704. And in cause number 2022 CR 9704, punishments be assessed at 3 years in the prison. There's $1,000 fine. There are no applications. They will take in consideration 693-545, 656 040. Did you understand that to be the plea in each of these cause numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is this the plea?
Yes, it is. Judge.
State, is that the plea? And each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
And cause number 2022 CR 9436, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
And cause number 2022 CR 9704 to count 2, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence to support the defendant's plea?
Yes, Judge, in each case, state offers was to mark the state exhibit 1 and attachment to evidence.
No objections.
Right, Mr. Chavez, in each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them? Did you sign them at all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call them the right to remain silent?
ma'am.
Did you understand that today in each of these cause numbers, the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations in each cause number. The court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachment in each cause number, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
We are, Judge.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Did you-
Oh, no, I said yes, Judge.
Judge, we just ask you to follow the plea bargain.
All right, in cause number 2022 CR 9436, the court will follow your agreement, sentence you to 12 months in the state jail facility. There's $1,000 fine, time and money to run concurrent. This will run concurrent with 2022 CR 9704, and the court will give you credit for any time served.
Thank you, Judge.
Welcome. And cause number 2022 CR 9704, the court will sentence you to 3 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's $1,000 fine, time and money will run concurrent. This will run concurrent with 2022 CR 9436. Take in consideration County Court cause number 693-545, 656-040. Is there anything else from either side with regards to sentencing?
Additionally, there were no contact orders with claimants. Felony cases, other cases. Put them at the bottom of the agreement.
Thank you. Any objections?
No objection.
And also in cause number 2022 CR 9704, there's to be no contact with Amber Robichaux, Robisheaux, and her family. No contact with Alange, Alanje Johnson, and family. And that's in cause number 2020 CR 9704. All right, and each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendants' Rights to Appeal. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them and did you sign them? Because this is plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? And because these are felony convictions, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. Do you understand? If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. How old are you?
Turned 21 today.
Turned 21 today? All right, so far you've been making some horrible decisions. You still can turn your life around. You still can do better and do different things. You understand? Here's the thing, when a relationship is over, it's over. Young people tend to think when they're in a relationship, it's the end of the world when they break up. Not realizing that that person you're in a relationship, you've probably known them for like 6 months of the time that you've been on the planet. You understand? You're gonna have to do better. All right, good luck to you. I'm sure your attorney told you all of that.
I did, Judge.